Welcome to week number 6 of 4YMM, the 4 Years of Mario Maker project. We're just going to look at levels. Not much more to say about that, except we have a batch of 8 new levels, accompanied by 8 new cakes. And we'll see as many of them in this sitting as we can. Beginning with Ragnarok X's and the Great Egg Robbery, where Ludwig crashes Yoshi's egg celebration. Get those eggs back. The lengthy description on the website reads, Yoshi's hatching ceremony is ruined when Ludwig swoops in and snatches the egg. Give chase and rescue the other stolen eggs before taking the thief to task. Save the egg in the end, or the yoke's on you. So yeah, let's just get in there and take a look. Ragnarok X is, of course, a maker we have been playing for a very long time, since Maker 1. And we'll see what's going on in the opening cutscene. And it is a cutscene. You can see we're just kind of locked behind these trees for the time being. We see Green Yoshi and the big red egg. And Ludwig is going to hatch his dastardly scheme, which does not involve hatching the egg, at least not yet. And Progan, welcome. Hope the escape room is going well. I did see that it had undergone some revisions, but I somehow doubt that anybody has actually cleared it yet. Let's see, probably nothing going on the sides. Of course, this is NSMBU, Ragnarok X's favorite style. And the tongues do not go through walls. So, pink coin preceding the flag, which I believe is a similar pink coin checkpoint setup as what we saw in Minibar's Lemmy level a little while back in week 2, I think. And still something that I don't completely understand on the implementation side. But that's something we'll kind of puzzle out later. Looks like this is a rescue the egg mission, and it's going to involve releasing this and bouncing everything over. Okay, that's one. Pretty straightforward. Oh, you actually had one legitimate completion. Okay. Interesting. I guess you had to patch that. Okay, well, we've done the green pipe. Let's see what the yellow pipe is all about. Aha. Looks like you knocked the eggs out, but knocking the egg out of this position drops the Yoshi into the blade, and we probably want to drop the Yoshi into the bumper, so why don't we reset this? Pretty easily resettable. And likely, well, we'll see what the switches do. Switches raise and lower, so probably going to have to do some kind of escort. And yeah, can't really get in here. Other thing is we haven't actually seen what the blasters fire, if anything. They might be completely blocked. But yeah, it seems like the objective is to somehow bump the egg and have it drop off into the right side. So how do we do that? We have a bunch of one-way panels that are going to trap the clown car. We have a way to make it face this way. Face. Facing direction isn't really the thing we're looking for here. Let me just think about this. Okay, so we see this donut block here. Releasing it is going to release the clown car. That's our way forward. What we want to do is we want to move this clown car over such that we can catch the egg, but obviously not in that position. Let's just try to execute that a little more cleanly. Electro Dude, welcome. not our usual time for doing 4YMM, but my schedule this week is completely shambolic, and this was literally the only obvious window for me to run these until later in the week, so hopefully I'll be able to complete most of it, considering that I've usually been able to do everything plus cakes in a single session, with the exception of week 1, because week 1 I ran out of time for permuting perspectives during my chosen time. So why don't we knock the egg over? It's going to miss. That was the right idea, but very poor execution on my part. The third accountant. Okay, I have to look out for that guy. You timed out on this. Yeah, I noticed that the world record so far is 5 minutes, and that the clear check time was about 6 minutes. And so I imagine that because there is a little bit of puzzle-solving labor on top of the execution, that people will be timing out on this fairly often. I think it's completely expected with a level like this, where you do have to learn some new mechanics and try some new tricks as you go. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be an escort. Drop this over. Drop this over. We want the car to come up and get trapped in the position it was in before. Drop that off. That should give me the key. Yeah, I did playtest a very early version of this, so I don't remember much of the specifics, but I get a general idea, so it's not completely blind. But yeah, Ragnarok X is, of course, very proficient at some of these advanced maker mechanics, was known for level 8 minutes, 5 numbers, 1 code back in SMM1, which was, I think, probably one of the most memorable levels I played back in Maker 1, and which had a couple of sequels in Maker 2 that were barely played by anybody, as in, like, they had under 100 plays last time I checked in on them. Okay, we want to swing the egg past the one-way panels so we can gradually nudge it forward into a new position. And just nudge it forward, such that we can ultimately have it fall all the way to the right. We don't want it to fall on the ground because the hatching will trigger. But as long as we just kind of continue progressing with it, whoa, there we go. Should be fine. Yeah, that traps it. Nice little bump on that trampoline there. And yeah, very unique interaction. Definitely pretty unusual. We have everything so far. Oh, interesting. How the release of this door is triggered. I didn't think it had released previously. Oh, this is going to be save the egg. No, we missed. Poor fella. And you can see you do have some off-screen Yoshi blockage already. That prevents it from hatching safely. Okay. Ah, I see. I think we actually need to use the decoration markers. That the decorations actually do give us a clue for placement. But let's just go back and try that. Yeah, just stand here, and it'll be dropping by 2 tiles. That's going to be a complete miss. But yeah, it's going to be a soft drop where I need to stand about 1.5 tiles to 2 tiles away, partly because of the low gravity. You can see that the gravity actually does affect the drop arc ever so slightly. That if I follow the markers, I should be fine. And indeed I am. And yeah, that's going to release. And up the pipe we go. Excellent level indeed. Okay, so we're going to get the key. I do know that it had the, I think, key replenishing setup. So this is the same kind of checkpoint setup that Minibarf used, I think, as I was saying earlier, where you get coin first, then checkpoint, and the coin drop here when you have basically key death. Like if you have key death, you have the coin drop here, and it spawns the other key. I don't precisely know how it works yet. Like it's a pretty new checkpoint setup to me. Obviously not completely new. Looks like the spike ball is going to create a bit of a safe zone where it blocks the projectiles from Ludwig. Let's just read this room. Looks like ultimately we have to get that spike ball across. And how do we do that? Right, because activating the P-switch will ultimately create a track that goes all the way through. So I'm going to hit the on-off switch and see what happens with that. But yeah, you can see it's got a bit of a key pop here with the activation of the brick that is underlaid. Yeah, don't exactly know how it's set up, but we get the general idea. Also notice the blaster trap that prevents you from going back through any of the previous rooms. In terms of forcing you through the key route, that's actually a pretty smart routing design. Okay, so, yes. So that's going to be a bit of a juggling challenge. Yeah, very interesting that the spike ball here actually does create a safe zone. Such that I don't need to worry about it just yet. And it's going to... Oh, that's going to hit. Thought it was going to be safe. Now let's let the next spike ball come down. Great. One-way paneled over here anyway, so I feel like I'm going to be safe. And we'll juggle this over. And yeah, that's going to go fairly smoothly due to the way that when you have this float progressively over, the one-way panels do trap it in such a way that it ensures that you have a bit of linear progress here. That was unexpected. Okay, that's going to be phase 2, which allows us to drop in. Let me just dodge some things first. Looks like this is going to be... Whoops. Oh, I just got hit. Okay. Did you see that? You wonder how it prevents timing out cheese. Oh, in terms of, if... Like, what if we timed out before we got a repeatable checkpoint, or what? Like, I do think there is probably a certain key death risk, like, before we came through here to get the double flag, when we already had the key. Or if we just got the single flag before coming in, but I'm not entirely clear. Because you would need to have some kind of check for that in the other room as well, if you just decided to get one flag and timeout, for instance. But yeah, I just don't know this checkpoint tech well enough to say. And despite having seen a couple of checkpoint tricks that involve the pink coin entity limit interaction. Like, this one's relatively new to me. But yeah, notice how the one-way panels actually kind of impose a certain forward-moving progress to this, even if you start missing, even if you start accidentally bouncing things back with a twister later. That you do, in fact, have the level kind of, you know, mark your progress along the way. And it was true for the twister room earlier as well, with the seemingly chaotic but actually quite sensible placement of the one-way platforms to help the egg drift to the right in that room without losing progress. There's a lot of clever stuff like that going on here. Just a lot of fine-tuning for something that I think, you know, if it were possible to bounce things backwards, for instance, Not that it could happen with the way the spike ball momentum is going, but if it were possible to kind of lose progress and go backwards, I think a lot of people would be especially frustrated with the mechanic, just given how tricky it is to execute reliably. Particularly once you involve twisters, as you do here. But you can see, yeah, it just kind of gets trapped a little bit to the right every time. Can't really go too far backwards. I mean, you probably could if you tried, but you'd have to try pretty hard. Okay, we've got 300 seconds on this. Let's let this lower a bit further, and so we can just kind of push it up like that. Maintain it in a somewhat stable position. And push it over. And I'll catch up on what you said about the mechanisms in a minute. I'm just kind of skimming the chat right now so I can see what's going on here. Okay, this is going to be the break that leads me to phase 2 when I am able to drop in safely, right? So that is going to be based on placing a trampoline such that we have a spike ball launch. I'll have to estimate the locations. That's going to be perhaps a little bit tricky given that we need to anticipate it by about 2 tiles, but we can see that in advance. That's going to be the spot here. I think if I just dodge carefully and let it do its thing, should be able to get it. No, need to be 1 slot over, right to the left of the pipe. You can see, actually, this little double slot here is just about accurate. Just about. Like, if I actually put it on the double slot here that's right in the middle, like, it's the tiniest little visual indication, and it's not exactly it. It's 1 spot to the left. Once again, I have to account for the low gravity on the soft drop that changes its arc ever so slightly. That should get the 3rd hit. And that should break open Red Yoshi. You'll notice the shell itself doesn't break. That would kind of be inconsistent with the lore of the level. Catch the egg. Oh, I see. Okay, so I rescued the red egg, and now this is a bonus objective where I have to save it. Oh no, disaster, disaster, no! Aww. We're doing this again. Sorry, we are uncompromising about the all cakes condition. I haven't missed a single one yet. We are not going to start now. Ludwig kind of showing off that he can break the ice. Anyway, to get back to the chat, you're saying that a lot of these mechanisms are vulnerable to timing out in the Keydor room. Let me think about that for a moment to see how the logic works, because the way you obtain the key is based on dropping into ink coin number 1 after key death, right? Such that after key death you actually wind up recollecting 1 coin. So let me see if I can visualize the death point that you're talking about. But in the meantime, we'll just redo this. We do have all the solutions mapped out, but the execution is still difficult. We'll just watch the opening cutscene. And what have we got here? Yeah, poor Green Yoshi got bombed out of the way. We do recover him at the end, though. And he does kind of shout for help over here and send us a spike ball so we can join Green. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for what you're talking about. When I time out in the Keydor room, I respawn to latest CP. This is the latest CP. Oh, unless you mean the other room. Yeah, the other room. Yeah. I see what you mean. Like, if I hit that CP flag first, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. If I hit CP1 and timeout. But I think, as with a lot of things involving repeatable checkpoints, key safety coins, etc., like, the thing about all of these mechanisms is that they do all have some kind of risk to them. When it comes to some kind of player error or timeout error that you just have to hope is avoided. Yeah, like if you grab the flag here, timeout. And if you have the key, then you don't have a coin collection and you don't have the key respawn, right? Unless you drop in through here, you grab coin 1. But if you drop in through here and grab coin 1, would that trigger the key even if you're respawning in the other room with no coins? Like, if you respawn in the other room with no coins and you drop in here, you have a different initial camera positioning than when you come through the lower door, right? Like, the way this mechanism is built, would dropping from this position count the same way as dropping from the flag, or does the timing window not work? Yeah, the coin number 1 is collected before the CP because, like, after key death, you drop into coin 1. That's the idea behind this. And dropping into coin 1 is what unblocks the entity limit in such a way that you get the key spawn when something hits that block, holding the key. Okay, let's get this set up. Yeah, collecting a coin first is a safety mechanism. Like, I am also kind of thinking about how it could break, potentially, but it is the same way that mini-barfs worked, actually. Mini-barfs level had the same thing. As I was saying, like, the exact same thing, where you have coin first. Okay, let's escort this guy by taking the upper level. Escort him over here. And get the drop. Yeah, lovely how this controlled nudge is set up on either side. That you have the repetition of this element. Okay, let's go through the key door. Yeah, it's a really interesting variant of the entity-based coin mechanic that still allows you to set up the level in a way that is non-linear, as opposed to the typical coin drop setup that we've seen many times before, which gives you kind of controlled linear progress. So yeah, definitely a checkpoint mechanism that I think is worth playing around with. And okay, let's get Yoshi to drift over. It's gonna drift like a Joy-Con. Just have to nudge him steadily over to the right and hope our progress does not reset too much. That kind of reset. We had the Twister on the leftmost position. Later on, as we get Yoshi past the one-way panels, I feel like I need to sort of have a much lower drift. Yeah, I don't want him to get caught on this corner position here. That's the issue I'm encountering. Oh, whoops. I suppose there are the track markers that tell me what the intended arc should be. I just can't afford to get caught. If I reverse the Twister all the way to the left, that basically resets my starting position. Once I get Yoshi past the first one-way panel, I'm home free. You see? Like that. Get him past the panels, and you let him drift. Oh, too late. Too late. Okay. But yeah, you can see that if I just let him drift over and catch him in a sequence that is alternating between high position and low position, then, yeah, usually part of what I should do here is just let the Twister get out of the way. You see? Get out of the way. Get out of his face. And whoops, no, missed. Yeah, if I just get out of his way, do a low sweep, much less fussy. And there we go. Much more reliable. So yeah, you come down here, and you get the key grab. The other interesting thing is that when you do have the key doors, or when you have a certain condition being triggered here, you see how this blaster gets released. So this is kind of forced as the last room. You also have a blaster, as you'll see in just a moment, blocking off a return to each of these pipes, such that you do have a linear progression over to the final key door that takes you to the boss room. So there's a very subtle thing that's going on in the layout there to create a semi-enforced path after the non-linear segments that you go through first. Okay, we will have enough time to get through this. Likely going to time out on the boss. Then that just means we get to see what's going on here again. So yeah, we have key death. So you see here, if I time out here, the question is, let's say I time out here, I have no coins, drop through here. Do I still collect the lower coin quickly enough to get everything together? When I respawn though, you'll notice that the blaster is going to come up and gate me off in this spot. Yeah, it is all about that frame when you collect a safety coin and release the entity limit by 1. Momentarily. Oh, let's get this going. And we know at this point what the bounce positions of the spike ball are going to be. Once again, I do likely have to redo this. But, yeah, look at how the blaster is clipped and the twister is loaded in. Really interesting to have 3 distinct phases mapped out quite like that. And yeah, we'll just give this a bit of a steady push. And yeah, nudge things over. And that's going to be hit number 2. Yeah, really cool phase transitions. Just a bit of a surprise every time, but still maintaining the same central concept of how you're going to land that hit. 7 seconds remaining. We're not going to get it, but it is practice. It's going to be this location here, followed by this location right here. Yeah, we're going to have the blaster block. Yeah, I love the spike ball here, in that you always have to get out of its way and get out of the one-way panel before it starts to spawn. But once it spawns, it's there as a protection zone. But a protection zone that also disappears when you work with phase transition. So you do have to kind of keep on your toes up here. It's not just standing in one spot. But it's not fussy when you do have to do the switch back and forth problem. And so when you're managing to switch, you can just afford to focus on that. But in the transition cycle, you actually do have to monitor your position carefully. So very nice, subtle swap between those two states. Okay, it's going to roll over. Of course, we will have to do all of this again if I miss the cake at the end, but if I missed a cake at the end, I think I will take a death. And taking a death should respawn me before the boss, so... Okay. Once again, going to miss that slightly, so I'll have to learn how to compensate for low gravity. But yeah, get a 2-tile spot there. It's gonna get a hit. It's gonna be a cutscene. And out we go. Okay, so we catch the egg. We have to watch the position carefully here. It seems like first trampoline bounce is definitely going to be on top of Yoshi. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, trampoline is going to be on top of Yoshi. No, okay, we have to take the death. Fine. Okay, it's going to be slightly to the right. Okay, Ludwig is going to be at the end firing beams at us when he breaks the flag, so let's just take the death from him. Take the death, take the death. Yeah, we'll just get whacked by him. And that's probably the easiest way to do this.
Oh, no.
Yep. So you see coin drop followed by spike ball over here that gets launched. Usually the spike ball would not spawn if this is pre-collected. And there's something else going on here to maintain that entity count for the first time you come through there. But generally, sort of collecting pink coin on top of the checkpoint trickery is just the weirdest thing, and was already weird from its implementation in Maker 1. I mean, you know, a lot of that is just kind of undocumented technical nonsense that they just implemented in a certain way because, of course, the checkpoint system was not devised and implemented in the game until after the clear check system had already been made. And so I think part of why pink coins and checkpoints and key death have always kind of felt a bit hacky is because of that, you know, clear checks were designed and implemented first, simply. And that checkpoints were something that had to be patched in, and which introduced a whole bunch of vulnerabilities right away when it comes to potentially unclearable levels. I do know that the pink coin tech changed slightly back in Maker 1. I don't know that firsthand, but I remember that it was something that was in the Sieve videos that kind of popularized a lot of this stuff in the first place. Okay, that is fairly clean when you know what you're doing. So let's just get the key drop here. Yeah, it's better just ask Ragnarok about the tech, if you have a specific question about it. Okay, so that's going to pop up. We should have just left this in place, because the spawn location for the first trampoline is fine, okay. How is this location based? That's crazy. Oh, because of on-off positioning. But the fact that dropping the Yoshi there doesn't break it, like it is based on some kind of on-off trigger, and I don't know what it is. But anyway, let's move this. No. Are we seriously going to die to the bonus room? Hey, no. I refuse to accept that. Hey, Artie Armstrong. I think reading your poem is probably going to be an additional point expenditure, but thank you for your artistic contribution. And welcome, Awesome Lamp. No. Need to cart this all the way over. Just do off switch here to prevent any weird shenanigans. Yeah, I always have that coin collected as soon as I'm past the intro room. And that's going to drop into the slot, and that's going to do something. Oh, challenge number 2. Oh, I have to be fast. I have to be fast in order to let this drift over and to wall it off on the other side, except I'm past... Okay, I'm not past any one-way panels. Good, good, good. Let's do this again. We got 300 seconds. Of course I'm doing this, right? There's no way we're not doing this. No way we're just bypassing it. Bounce over. Bounce over. No, I'm late. I just missed the switch completely. And thank you for the follow. Okay. No, too fast. Yeah, no, I only need one switch activation after the initial bounce in order to have it glide through safely. But I do need to outrun it fairly quickly in order to get the activation pattern on part 2 of this bonus room. Okay, no, I want sort of a left to right sweep. If I time out, no big deal. We'll just redo the boss and redo this. It's probably optional within something that is already optional, but we're completionists and we're doing it. So, nope, 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 nope. And of course, the fact that we have Red Yoshi rescued is probably going to be relevant to some kind of firing interaction at the end, I'm sure. There we go. Very smooth. Very... Okay. Bump that over. Oh, no, 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 Twister. Okay. I thought it was just going to be a matter of having it drift diagonally. And... yeah, nope. We messed that up. Let's do it again. Let's try to understand this first. So... yeah, I do want to nudge it over to the right side of the blue blocks initially, so we can have it come down this diagonal, catch, and just boost it through, and hope that it never lands on top of any of the red blocks. Okay. Don't worry where the Twister is, worry about the egg. Okay. And thanks for joining us. Okay. Always nice to have the makers in the house when we're doing this. Particularly because all of you are quite good about not spoiling things and just watching me sort of fool around with it, but we all know how playtesting goes and why we sit around to watch. Oh, whoops. That's not something that usually happens. Yeah, we were talking at length about the pink coin checkpoint setup. I was wondering in particular if you take the checkpoint that is not in the hub room, like the kind of pre-checkpoint checkpoint, when you are at risk of key death and you time out there, whether dropping through the pipe would actually still spawn the key, like when you drop the coin number 1. I wasn't going to test that, of course, but like I was thinking about that as a potential timeout location. But as I said, I don't know this checkpoint tech very well. I've only ever really seen it in Mini Barf's level and this one. Right. I was thinking about that bumper, like whether it would give you enough speed to do that, and I was thinking, yeah, because you would have something other than the bumper for sort of one-way gating of that pipe if you didn't need to enforce speed somehow, right? But I guess that if it gives you enough speed to get you into the pink coin instantly from the other checkpoint, then that would resolve that. Just one of those extreme edge cases, of course. Nope. I got this down earlier. Just need to think about the egg positioning once again. Usually test the boss fight by just spawning at checkpoint 2 and getting the key that way, I see. No. Did have a good, simple pattern down for this much earlier. But if we need to take the boss fight again, it's fine. We'll just do that. Whoops. 90 seconds. And there are sound cues. Interesting. Serves me right for having my sound turned down low. I should turn it up a bit locally. I have my volume way too far down locally, so hopefully that's not going to pick up too much. Anyway, likely that I will just time out on the bonus room, which means I'll have to beat the egg challenge once again, but that's okay. I think I have a much better sense of how to do it now. Obviously, I don't need to tap the on-off before I come out here. I was also thinking about the red egg landing at the end in terms of how having it land in that location, you know, do all the things that you need it to do. In terms of triggering the on-off, like I didn't really see what was going on top of that bumper platform, but... Okay. Oh yeah, there totally is a sound cue. Okay, right side, no, okay. Second time that's happened. We'll just get it. Ideally, yeah, I have seen the pattern where I hit the switch twice. I actually saw that pattern quite early, and that was how we did it last time. Where you catch it here, and then you sweep to the right, and then the rest of the bounces just follow. I have seen how that's done. I just haven't done it yet. But we came all the way here. We're doing this. Okay, go, 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 go. Yoshi position. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Yeah, there we go. 1 second. Well, that's practice. That's fine. That's practice. Just means we need to save the shell once again, and that's something we'll hopefully do accurately. The boss fight is going quite smoothly now that I know all of the locations I want to hit. I usually do this within 100 seconds, and that's with a few misses like that. Yeah, pretty consistent landing arc on this guy here, I think. Okay, Twister next. Oh, whoops, forgot to dodge that. Let's get out of the way. Let the spike ball come down. Yeah, clip that. Sweep right. And just let it catch with each of the successive one-way panels if we can. And sweep right. And what do we got here? We've got phase 3. And I already know my placement. It's funny, obviously I was watching some of the background art for the last of the challenge rooms, and I did notice that the background art was relevant as a visual clue to the positioning. Here I was thinking that this center between the belts might be the desired position, but no, I guess it's just a center. But yeah, that's fine. We've got a pretty consistent approach to this. A little slower than how I usually accomplish it, but once we get it, we get it. And we'll get to, hopefully, save Red Yoshi. Anyway, the red egg thing, I'll read that in just a moment. Oh, hey, I actually carried this. Which is great, because we can use 2 of these. Assuming the other one spawns. Oh, no, it doesn't spawn. Okay. Oh, no. I didn't know that the other trampoline wouldn't... Okay. My bad. Let's let Ludwig zap us once again. So you say the red egg is that you have 2 Yoshis spawn off screen and bounce the egg 3 times in the air. Oh, I can see. So it is timer-based. Okay. Timer-based while you control the number of eggs that are still live and available. Yeah, because I was thinking, you know, looking at this spot here, that there's no way it is actually positionally based because there's no positional trigger or anything with the scrolling. Maybe the scrolling, like having changed something at that point, but it makes sense for it to be on a timer. And for it to be a timer that's kind of disguised by the fact that you have to keep the Yoshi alive no matter what. Okay. And keep the Yoshi alive in such a way that you are still kind of pushed forward by the scroll, right? So you can't just, you know, bounce Yoshi backwards and recover. If that even is possible. I guess when you have the forward bounce like that, it will maintain... Actually, I'm not sure how the momentum would work there, but I'm just thinking about like different patterns for keeping the red egg alive without actually landing it and seeing what that would do with the interaction you described, but I'm sure the scrolling speed and boundary probably does something to that, right? I don't know. In the meantime, okay, let's just do this quickly. Get this, whoa! Get this down for the next cycle. Right here. Secret ending. Okay. Interesting. Okay, Mantra Drop is going to save the Yoshi. Oh, held the trampoline going into this segment once again, so we drop kind of slightly to the right of Yoshi. I think that's where I want this to go. Is this accurate? Is this accurate? Yes. No. No. Okay, fine. Yeah, so when it's at the top of its arc, then I drop. If my position is aligned with Yoshi at the top of its arc, that should actually do it, I think. I'm just trying to read that so I can do it more consistently. But let's hang out in the meantime and just get zapped. Yeah, having to spawn block that one. Yeah, that makes sense. Secret ending I can trigger by despawning both springs. I don't know that I'll necessarily try for anything like that. That seems like it's just sort of an edge case picked up during QA. But we'll at least try to make it all the way through the current secret route. Okay, Twister has not been released yet, so it's not like I can just get it over to the spike ball prematurely. Let's just swing this over. Yeah, getting it from a low position seems to be part of the trick here. Nudge it over one panel at a time. Yeah, working pretty smoothly. And one more should do it. Yeah. Yeah, don't try it. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Yeah, it seemed like it was the kind of thing where it's just a failsafe picked up and implemented during testing. at least by the sound of it. Okay, move this guy over, move this guy over, and that should do it, as long as we stay alive. And I think, yeah, should be able to do this. I found repeatedly with each of the soft drops on the trampolines that the most challenging thing has been to compensate for the slight alteration in its drop arc, even down one tile. And that seems to be imposed by the low gravity. Where it always goes a little further than I expect. Okay, there's the end of the arc. No, bounce. Okay. Fine, we're doing this again. Poor green, even green dies. Just very sad. Very, very sad. But there's no way we're letting this sit unattended. So, once more. Let's have a quick coffee break while I wait for this to happen. So to get back to what you were saying, that an egg that has been bounced by a spring will stay alive as long as it doesn't slow down horizontally. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I've had a couple of rebounces like that where it looks like it makes contact with the floor, but is still caught before hatching, so don't know that fluently enough to really make good use of it when it comes to the spring positioning and when it comes to getting myself out of trouble. But, yeah, good to have some insight into how that's happening. Okay, let's let that cut off. And we'll swing this to the right. Want to buy as much time as possible. Yeah, just maintaining that in a stable position actually gets it past the first panel just fine. And, yep, that's going to get through. Now let's get out of the way of that projectile. And drop in at the end of the P-switch, hopefully safely. Actually, watch my positioning here. Yeah. Okay. Definitely dropping that 18% completion rate. Just by taking probably more than 5 deaths at this point, just to try to get the cake, but I do think that sometimes with levels like this, a high clear rate is probably indicative of a lot of people just bailing. You know, that it's not like it's a level where you take lots of deaths just because you either commit to the puzzle or you don't commit to the puzzle, right? There's not really much of an in-between. And of course, Tetratarix's level kind of started off with a very high puzzle-like clear rate like that as well, before eventually settling into about 6%, I think. There we go. Yeah, kind of got that bounce mid-drop, which, if we need to save the Yoshi eggs, that's something valuable to keep in mind. But we can, in fact, do this. Hey, Lantis, welcome. Good to see you here. You and your tentacled friends. Okay, so the fact that if I need to do some kind of emergency recovery, I can, in fact, catch a falling object sort of mid-drop is important. Because that's not how you do it. Okay, we really need to fix this position. I need to find a very precise location, and I think it's going to be this location here. Sort of right around the middle. Like, I need a predictable location. And I need to actually count the tiles, or we'll be doing this for quite some time. No, I already cleared the level without saving him. Of course I'm going to save him. Like, the fact that I already obtained the goal flag once does mean that we walked through the entire thing a second time, but at the moment I'm just doing this from checkpoint to buy myself as much time as possible to do the final challenge, which I was stuck on for about 300 seconds on a previous attempt, when we did in fact save Red Yoshi properly. So, still have a lot of work to do here. Okay, let's not just tap repeatedly. Let's actually do the challenge for a change. No, hang on. Why am I doing this incorrectly all of a sudden? Oh, I see. Okay. Try to get this right here. Sweep over. There we go. And sweep over. There we go. Now dodge projectiles. Wait for phase 2. Okay, Electrojune, have a fine time. Hope you get an opportunity to catch up as both a player and a viewer. Always glad to have you around too. Kind of be inquisitive about the things like the pink coin setups and ask all the right questions. So you have a nice time with your family, and certainly wish them well. Hey, let's see. Don't know if you have much access to online video and watching 4YMM streams in the meantime, but I'm sure that will continue to be a source of endless entertainment and perhaps at times some befuddlement. Okay, we know to drop locations for this. Yeah, I really need to, every time I fail the Red Yoshi challenge, actually think about what my drop location should be so we can repair that and not have to worry about it. I can do phase 2 of the boss by letting the ball hit the ground and lifting it back up with Twister. I was thinking about that from watching the ball earlier. I was thinking about that. But I think once you just get into the habit of juggling, you just wind up juggling. Okay, is this going to hit? Yes. Is this going to hit? Yes. And this guy here. Yes, yeah. There we go. There we go. Now this very satisfying little illusion. Look at how it lands dead center. And look at the timing on that as everything gets eliminated. I want to actually take Red Yoshi. That would be a massive oversight if I didn't, considering that I probably need him for something at the end. That would, in fact, have been disastrous. Okay. Let's try the 2-bounce method. That's not the 2-bounce method. Now that I've found a location, see the apples above in a tree. Let me think about that. I don't think I saw the apples in a tree, but I assume those were red blocks. If they were apples. Okay, let's watch this positioning here. Let the twisters do their job. I said, let the twisters do their job. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to just watch Yoshi's positioning and get him to bounce over every time that he... Oh, God, okay. But it's very easy to just see that twister going back and forth and just panic. So trying not to panic, trying to actually watch the pattern and let the panels push Yoshi's swinging pattern over. That's easier said than done. So. Yeah, I know that, you know, Kavik can be kind of fussy about things like excessive visual indication when it comes to things like one-ways, but for me, the one-way panels, like, the way they linearly guide your progress forward is probably worth the trade-off. It does look ugly. It looks ugly as sin, but the fact that you have some kind of protection against, you know, going backwards does resolve a lot of potential frustration. And in the meantime, you know, you get to use up some of that one-way allocation so your entity blocking doesn't take up too much space. The twister's so fast in that one. I see with a double bell, right? So. Okay, I'm kind of choking like crazy now, which is what happens when I actually have a good attempt. Let's go back and do this. I totally do see the sound cue, or hear the sound cue as well. I'm just missing it. Yeah. Just have to relax and... Ah, no, that was supposed to catch. That was supposed to catch. I was going to do it. Like you said, 2 block activations. We had seen that before. We had done it that way before. Just need to not panic. No. 200 seconds. Also a P-block indicator. Also a P-block indicator. Oh, yeah. Well, no, for the landing zone. Yeah, I did see that. I am watching the indicators. I just didn't get the pattern correctly. Okay, that's the pattern I wanted. That's how we had done it previously. Swing this over. No. Too early. This really is kind of a mini-game level in its own right, but we got all the way here. We earned the right to challenge this on hard mode. Okay, there we go, there we go. Much smoother, actually. Much smoother. Yeah, looks like the solution is to just not panic. And let that trap. There we go. Okay, much cleaner. 160 seconds remaining. That's going to let me through. We have a red pipe down here, and we have a bit of a tart. And we have these guys here. Whoops, I wanted to get the Shelmet, but... And what else can we do here? I mean, we can fire... Gonna light the candle? Or what? Okay. I would ordinarily write something interesting. I feel like I should just leave a birthday card. Yeah. Maybe not completely intellectually honest there, but that's what it is. Ah, the star and the Shelmet come down when I blow out the candle. Yes, okay. I see. So that was, in fact, relevant. And that was significantly longer than my previous clear time. But that's what happens when you actually commit. Didn't get Shelmet, better start over. Okay, sure, let's do it. Some other time. So yeah, thank you for that, Ragnarok X. Fantastic piece, as always. And we'll move on to the second one in today's set. Don't know if I'll be able to do all of them. This is off my usual schedule for 4YMM, but my schedule has been looking like such a complete disaster this week that I really had to get through as many now as I could. Second one in the website order is going to be Dead Space by Zerdguy. Zerdguy, I played a bunch of their levels over the weekend. And Zerdguy is a bit of a jank master, but where did Zerdguy go? Oh, maybe that most recent upload was not the most recent upload. Hang on, let me... Yeah, Dead Space, there we go. Guaranteed 33% less scary than the original, so we'll just lose a hand rather than an arm if I'm thinking of the right thing. I never actually played Dead Space, I just know that... I think it was the game where you like cut off your arm with the Wiimote, right? Is that a spoiler? I don't know. So, more info. More info on this one? Or on the other one? Let's take a look. Dead Space is about a miner who kills space zombies. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you recruit child soldiers. Anyway, the lengthy description on the website says, strange things lurk in the far reaches of space. Some talk of celestial fish eternally swimming amongst the stars. Others tell a more gruesome tale, claiming to have seen fallen comrades revitalized as shambling undead. As usual, prospective adventurers will find that the truth lies somewhere in between. Got about 1.5% on this. Hopefully an easier time with this than I had with some of Zerdguy's other levels, which I really kind of struggled with over the weekend, but see what this mechanic is. Okay. Looks like we'll have to hit this. Oh, we actually have to do platforming again. Haven't done that in a while. Probably wrap around coins on the right side, take advantage of low gravity. Yeah, I have to take the coins on the right side in order to lead the fish down. Leading the fish down allows me to do a safe landing, but I need the fish to trigger first. So I think I need to just hold a full jump into this. My ability to estimate jump arcs in low gravity is extremely poor, but that's what the coin trails are for. They seem pretty accurate so far. Whoops. Actually have to jump, though. Okay. Yeah, if I just think mainly in terms of manipulating my horizontal position, getting each successive jump as indicated, I should be fine. But the falling arcs do throw me off a little bit here and there. Whoops. That's what happens when you have full jumps in low gravity. Just have to do a lot of adjustments that aren't necessarily going to feel intuitive. It's amazing how much of your expectations when it comes to Mario physics are just conditioned by experience in a way that is not consciously available. But yeah, that's actually quite a satisfying sort of back bounce on that fish, on the fishbone. Let's not get nudged by the wall. Whoops. But yeah, it certainly seems like holding the jump to maximize my float is something I should be doing pretty much everywhere, and that everything is timed around that expectation. Some pretty weird jump arcs here, though. And that's going to come down. Okay, just have to trust that one. Trust that one. Okay. This is just, in some ways, yeah, something I have to trust. Oh, I should have checked above the pipe. I mean, if the cake is something involving that, I'll just have to do this all over again. But for now, let's respawn from checkpoint. That seemed to be a little early. I needed the fish to go and start pursuing me first, I think. I don't know if I can go right away. Yeah, I need to hit the on-off switch and probably fall backwards. Unless I am to go right away and fall to the left of the first pokey, rather than trying to catch the fish in the center. Looks like that might actually be it. Like, yeah, catch the fish on the left side, perhaps. No, or just get ahead of it and fall. Should just get ahead of it, in fact. Because I'll probably need it back here, and yes, I do. And that's not a full jump for obvious reasons. But at least we have mapped that out in such a way that we know what's going on. Be falling. Yeah. Well, at least going instantly is the solution there, and it's something that feels nice and clean to execute once I actually get it. Same with that guy over here. Whoa, that's quite the swamp push. Might be fish spawn coming out of that too. Looks like swamp positioning is what we need here, and the coin that I collected was the marker I wanted. Okay. Okay, timing is going to be a little bit off here, but should be fine. We can just skip that entirely, and we should skip that entirely in order to take that fish, and that's what the upper spikes are there to enforce. So that it actually does remain consistent throughout this level, that we do want to just hold jump all the way through. So yeah. Knowing that, it's much easier to get through everything and have it trigger reliably. Actually, very satisfying to see how reliable this is. This is definitely not something. Okay. That's just a yay block. Okay. And then swing. On switch. Pretty readable so far. Whoa, okay, that's a bit of a thriller there. You can see how concerned the clown car looked in that final frame. The death frame that we had there. Very perturbed clown car. Well, surprisingly readable given the circumstances. Everything here. It's going to spawn something we need. That's going to be something we need. And it looks like I was supposed to get the bones to come back up by that point, unless it was just supposed to go straight up through the boost stack. Over the boost stack, rather, and then land on the bones as they come back up. Which I'm beginning to think is the actual solution. Wasn't sure how much of a window I would have to read the dry bones before landing upon it. Okay. Swing over. And over here. Yeah, it looks like I have to just go over. But very difficult to kind of instinctively do that when you see the swamp coming over and the bones wiggling, and without a very precise sense of how long it is until the next window for the dry bones to come back. Be difficult to get an eyeball estimate of whether to hang left or hang right. But I think at this point I know that hanging right is also not the idea. No, I do need to fix that somehow, and the only way to fix that is to activate the dry bones earlier, I think, such that they come up as soon as possible. Clearly there is something I need to fix with that timing. Looks like I should be reactivating dry bones. Yeah, I need to stop the bones and kind of remain in suspension for as long as I can after that. Maybe there's something going on there where I'm not floating for long enough, perhaps? Maybe I'm instinctively letting up to jump at a certain point. That is getting me ahead of the dry bones coming back up. Or there could be a bounce that I haven't read somewhere in there. Something that I have Failed to spot. Miss. It's a total miss. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess I just need to prolong that curve in such a way that bones actually have a chance to come back up. I think that's the only way to do it. Just to have a larger window of time to work with. Again, maybe I'm losing full jump at some point in that. Difficult to tell at the moment. Yeah, that seems pretty late. Looks like the fish is still available, actually. Double bounce on the fish. Given that you have... or did I kill it already? I need to take a look, because if it did have an additional hit from wings or something, that could be a solution, but at the moment, can't quite tell. Go back and do that one more time. Yeah, it's not a speed mistake, it's some kind of pattern mistake. That I'm one bounce away from getting on that bone shell when it comes up, timing-wise. And so I should be thinking about it that way. Hitting everything here. Yep, hitting this guy, second time. There we go, that's the pattern. Need to get a jump off of that in order to catch that. That's a very fast winged fish. Going to home in. And here we go. And back up we go. The jump arcs over to spikes feel surprisingly comfortable. I say surprisingly because, you know, visually you look at something like that. Oops, forgot what I was doing. Visually you look at something like that, and unless you're very accustomed to the low gravity physics of the space theme, that's something that will catch you off guard. The funny thing you notice with streamers playing my levels, they ignore the note block. Yeah, I found that there is kind of a difference between how they respond to the level based on whether they kind of read the clue and the objective clearly. There was originally an arrow indicator pointing to the top right, but the issue was that there was a bit of a risk that people would just read that as trying to get to the top right away, instead of doing the vine climb on the left side. And so, like, there were some changes that were kind of last-minute changes to the visibility of that section at the end that I kind of went back and forth on, because, you know, like, they each came with certain risks. But the fail-safe mechanism for not going up to the note block was, of course, just massively complicated to put together, and it's something that does not really flow naturally, but was there anyway as a bit of a lock protection. And was actually kind of a nightmare to put together in terms of the number of things I had to do just to make that not create even more problems. I mean, the other issue being that I was completely out of entity budget on that level, just completely out. And so my options for implementing anything were extremely limited. Okay, over. We totally didn't get the cake, by the way, so there will need to be a bit of a redo. Unless it is over the flag, it could very well be over the flag. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that looks like, you know, in this level where you have things that home in on the player, but where all of the markers are extremely reliable anyway, on the assumption that people will constantly be doing full jumps. And there's a lot in this level to encourage you to constantly do full jumps as the path of least resistance. And, whoops. But the level of accuracy in this particular level, just given how many things are going to be activated by player positioning, be it the fishbones or the thwomps, is something that I think deserves a lot of credit. Like, there's a lot of finesse here to things that, under less controlled circumstances, could go horribly, horribly wrong. And the fact that the markers are, in fact, coherent. Like, the coin trails are generally quite coherent. Like, this thing was the only thing I had trouble reading, but that was kind of my problem for not seeing the wings. So the fact that everything is so coherent is, I think, really a credit to the level. Over. Is there anything in the back? No, so we just missed a cake. Okay, let's reinspect this for cake. So yeah, no, the last jump, going over the flag was intentional because I wanted to inspect the part past the checkpoint for cake. So let's just do this again. There were a few conspicuous locations I didn't check, largely involving some of the red pipes at the end of certain segments. I mean, I didn't see the cake, right? I'm not just tricking myself here. Looks like there might have been something on that lower level down there. I don't know if that was just a trigger, or if it's a slot that I could actually go through. Like I'm saying to the left of this segment here, no real way to damage boost through and grab the clown car. That would be a bit of a crazy break. Let's just do this again, and just inspect things carefully. Oops. No, just missed. There is a secret there, but it's not cake. Okay. Well, I mean, if it's a secret, we'll see it. It's worth checking. I feel like once I've read the pattern in this level, that the execution is actually pretty simple. I mean, there are some places where there's room for mistakes, obviously, and room for carelessness. Let's check this. Okay, that's not it. Oh, at the fort. Okay, like a block that we can hit or something. Yeah, I like the secret ending in Uncaged, which is also invisible block at the ending. Which I think a lot of people might not necessarily check. Which is too bad, because you missed the opportunity to save the animals. Yeah, Progan's asking, like, what kind of levels are harder to proof, like against cheese and locks and such? Well, I mean, the thing about puzzle interactions is that if you really think through all the different configurations of what players might try, and also depending on your tolerance for SD locks, forced resets, etc., then a lot of things at least feel like known variables that are under your control, right? Okay, we didn't check this location previously. Nothing by the looks of it. Did I check the lower part here? No. Okay. I think I should just progress past the first zone. I don't think it's going to be in the first zone from what I'm seeing. That's okay, this is fairly easy to redo, so don't mind trying to explore carefully. And let's fall back in. Okay. Yeah, no real opportunity to steal the car. Whoops. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, the thing about puzzles is that they are harder to do, but there's something that's a little bit more, like, if you're very meticulous about planning, there's something a little bit more predictable about what the potential risks can be. Although, of course, the thing specific to Mario Maker is that a lot of risks with things breaking are introduced every time you have any kind of held object, right? So any time the player can pick something up, suddenly you have to worry about people who know all the Kaizo tech that you do not personally have the ability to test. And so from a testing perspective, that becomes a barrier, that like the breakage is going to come from something that is beyond your own capacity to verify. And so I guess the ideal position to be in is as a puzzle maker who can do Kaizo tech and who can check for unconventional forms of item cheese. With platforming, I think spawn timings and the camera become a major issue for anything reasonably complex, where the player has free control over the camera. That, like, a lot of tiny movements that are outside your control can become a potential issue. Anything up here? No. Okay. Just wanted to check. Yeah, because obviously you couldn't guarantee either way whether the player was going to take the trampoline through, but it's kind of interesting that you did have a spawn block there to prevent having double trampolines in the mix. I think a lot of people would not think to do that. Like, a lot of people would just be kind of fine with that as long as the player was guaranteed a trampoline. So the fact that we had a little bit of extra polish there to maintain the consistency of the challenge was something pretty helpful. This spot here, suspicious? No, nothing here. Okay. I don't see where the cake could plausibly be. There was the column by the second pipe at the very end. So maybe if I preserved the fish all the way to the second pipe, there's a way I can get a much higher jump location. Current moment, don't see where I should be looking. But let's just take a look. Missed that jump block. Don't think that was relevant to me anyway. Whoa. Yeah, that's right. Entity limit issues. Correct. Hence the spawn block on the second spring. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, surprisingly enough, for how many entity trick-based levels I've played, or even just levels that use entity tricks for simple things involving checkpoints and blaster blocking and so on, it's not really something I've played around with in the editor very much. So, seems like a lot of my knowledge about that is going to be secondhand. And I do think sometimes that, like, knowledge makes a huge difference in this game. Okay, so there is something entity blocked here. Looks like it was a big mushroom or something. And I did check the pipe earlier, and that all that is blocked up top. Yeah, okay, still no sign of cake. Let's just check down here in case. I don't think so. There's a bit of a loading track and a bit of empty space down below. Bit of empty space down below. Yeah, big mushroom that got crushed. I did see that. Right, it was just crushed. It was not... Yeah, it couldn't be something that's entity blocked given how much stuff in this level depends on spawning from blocks. Although I guess the item limit and the enemy limit would be tracked separately. So... never mind that. Whoops. I have a delayed start because I was looking at chat. But yeah, I think, you know, Kaizo proofing, particularly if people aren't, like, watching A lot of Kaizo streamers are aware of what they can do. It's not something that a lot of people would necessarily even think about as something that is worth checking. I mean, if you're sufficiently experienced as a puzzle designer, if you've sent things around and seen them broken, that's a different story. But let's see what we can do. No, I need to go straight over. Preserve that fish. Yeah, let's just get back to checkpoint 2 and scan carefully for cake after that. Because so far, scraping this level, I just don't see what the options could be. Oh, I didn't check that red pipe just now. Hang on. I didn't check beside it, rather. I don't know if the clues to something like a previous pipe would have been relevant. I don't know if this is at all relevant. I don't know if going back through the pipe would, in fact, do anything to change state, and I somehow doubt it. Yeah, no state change worth mentioning here. Okay. We experimented with having the Easter egg glitch ending... Oh, the glitch ending being the one when you despawn both trampolines, right? Pipe spawning a red egg into the wall, huh? Okay. Can't imagine how that looks. Yeah, let's dump this guy. See what we can do. Over here. Yeah, let's just get back to CP2 and then scan it carefully. I don't know the solution at all yet. I feel like I'm just completely missing it. Right, this is the pipe. That gives me big mushroom. Allows me to check up here for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, that's just a yay. Not doing anything for me, really. Okay, have to scan pretty carefully because I just don't see any... Whoops, that's a mistake. I don't see any obvious visual clues to pursue just yet when it comes to cake placement. Or anything that could be done by, say, preserving one of the fish. That's even possible. The thing I was thinking in the first segment was, like, if there's a way to steal one of the clown cars, there are some places that you can fly under. And what do we got? Yeah. That. That. Just not seeing it at all. So yeah, only thing I can think of as having some potential is a clown car steal. But currently not seeing how I'd execute that. I'll just follow the pattern and just kind of scan around carefully. Very satisfying backspin there. Back swing, rather. And what have we got here? I have not missed a cake in 4YMM yet. Be real ashamed to have to start now just because I can't see it, but... nope. Pipe above the Kaizo block? It had a ground block on top of it. Yeah, it's not enterable. One fish, two fish, cold fish, dead fish. Yes. I mean, I suppose if people have a negative reaction to your level, Ragnarok X, it would be because they do not like green eggs and spam. Not that it has much spam. But you get the idea. So which level would be a cat in the hat? We have a cat level, don't we? We already had a cat level? Yeah, hang on. Not seeing it. I mean, we can check the fort. You did tell me that there was a non-cake secret at location. But I seriously don't see the cake. Like, I don't even know where I should be checking. And it's hard to tell because some levels have not had secrets. Like, they've had the cake somewhere that's kind of readily accessible by all 100% of players. That's not the case with this one, obviously. This one, I just don't see it. But, like, the sort of secret design approach to... Oh, hey, look at this. Stood on top of something. Oh, hey, there we are. This doesn't help. This, in fact, requires that we reset the whole level. I may have to come back for this cake on another session. Like, I have not had to do that before. But I just don't see any leads whatsoever. And that is a bit of a problem. Maybe just one more pass just to scrape it. Very well hidden, yeah. I mean, I can just check every pit. There is some hidden block stuff going on, obviously. You can see the path to it barely on screen for a second, yeah. I've been trying to watch below the ground level as well, because the ground is placed in such a way that when I take depths to falling, I can clearly sneak under. And so the bottommost tiles are clearly not connected or obstructed. Nothing up here. Okay. Just have to comb this very carefully. Only on level 2 out of 8 currently. We have some difficult ones this week too. This one, for something that is in 1% zone, probably just from unfamiliarity with mechanics and from mistakes like that one, is a pretty manageable level overall. I think it falls easily to repetition just because a lot of the difficulty is just from pattern reading. So it's not too much of a concern if you know what's going to happen. Yeah. Maybe just having a bit of tunnel vision here. Looking carefully at those one-way panels that are, I think, just the launching zone for the big fish bones we saw just now. And what have we got? Okay. Watch this quite carefully. Seemed like it was a drop of something on the left. I'm kind of curious. There was just a muncher on Seesaw on the left side though, right? So why do we see a drop? Just outside of the corner of my eye. I feel like that was already a location we checked. Hard to keep track sometimes. We'll see. This will just require some scraping. I remember with the previous Mang level, that was kind of a similar circumstance where it was an extremely satisfying secret route, but one that just took a long time for me to discover. Your level's still at 18%? Yeah, that's good to know. I mean, all in all, I guess my attempts didn't really add up to that many. I mean, it was lower than par. And I'm sure I took more than 5. Or 6. But, you know, the sample size is probably pretty decent at this point, even though it takes a few days for these things to settle. Jump on that guy. We checked below this pipe already. We checked coming back already. We haven't really checked much in this room. Nope, thought I was going to have a series of blocks over there. That was not going to be true. But very thoughtful, of course, of the designer to anticipate that I was in fact going to check that spot. Yeah, not bad at all, actually. Those clear stats. I'm failing at some of this stuff simply because, like, my eyes are, of course, scanning the boundaries of the level. Oh yeah, the pokey there is going to enforce that I personally get pushed to the right. But yeah, because I'm kind of scanning the level fairly carefully, I'm not always watching where I'm going when it comes to the platforming, and so a couple of unusual failure points all over. Nope, have to get right over that. So the entry point apparently is barely visible on screen. Okay. That is an important clue. That's the kind of spoiler I don't mind so much. Oh, there's a door. Yeah, left side. I see, I see. So you need to do the fish bounce in such a way that you get the second fish on the right to home. And, yeah, we see it. Yep. Yeah, got it. Just need to execute, but, the fact is that this fish on the left now is expendable. No, I needed to go for the dry bones first. Dry bones first, then bounce back to that fish? I don't know. I need to actually do the jump, but we see the door now. That is the location. I see it. Wait. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, you can't really die on that level, like until you get to Ludwig, of course. But it seems like the major risk factor in that level is just timing out and giving up. So, 18% seems eminently sensible to me. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to go up to the left. Do I perhaps want to loop over the central section and then jump to the left? I don't want to jump towards it right away. I want to go to the right first, and then maybe get a nice high fish bounce. And go up. Let's see. So I wanted to loop around on that fish. Oh, I see. Okay, no. I wanted to catch it. I wanted to catch it quickly before it homes. And maybe loop around from there. Like if I kind of catch it directly, instead of going over to the bones first. Like, tap this guy. Nope, can't tap that guy immediately. This is going to be tricky. I do see the location, at least. Do see the location. Yeah, maybe I should go dry bones first and then fish. Looks like if I can do that in time, that should give me enough height. But height estimates in low gravity are difficult. So yeah, go straight for the bones. Go straight for the fish. There we go. There we go. Feel like we earned this one. And it cost me, I may be totally wrong about this, but from my very vague memory of what Dead Space is, not having actually played it, reach this cake. Now we've reached it, we've found it. We have previously completed a level, but I will kind of go through the motions of finishing it up anyway. So we have a continuous cake run. Sad face. Luckily, it didn't cost me a leg because Mario would have some trouble jumping. Okay. And I love how you can, in fact, just continue gracefully when you spawn out of the door. That's quite nice, that you can just go about your merry way and continue to level. Okay. Let's bounce on this guy. And wrap this up. Okay, glad I didn't give up on that. I've had a spotless record so far. Yeah, I don't think too many cakes gave me an incredible amount of trouble. This one took longer than most. Mang's secret route in the bumper level took me longer than most. But most of the cakes have fallen pretty easily, and some of them were so easy and so trivial that they had me wondering if that was in fact the only secret. In some cases it was not the only secret, in some cases it was. But you know, some platforming layouts have been busy enough that there wasn't really room for much else. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Relatively graceful. Catching the giant egg in your level is a bit annoying because the hitbox is deceptive. It kind of is. And also just how much of a safety zone you get on the trampoline. Like I was saying, one of the difficulties that I ran into was just estimating where the soft drop at ground level would go in the low gravity theme. Yeah. While we're discussing this stuff, Ragnarok X, I don't know if I actually pointed it out to you, but we did in fact in last week's 4YMM stream wind up recording a backstage look at the editor view of my level, if you're interested in any of the contraptions behind that. And that sort of refers to some of the, you know, locking or failsafe locations on the boss that we were talking about earlier, so I'll just link that in case you're curious. In the meantime, let's move on to number 3 in the set. Let's see what's going on with Boot Grotto, which is going to be a Zelda dungeon from Builder M. Now, I do know that this was the one level from this week's set that, in fact, had to get a re-upload, so very few plays on this version right now. That's okay, we'll just take the polished version. And I also played all of Builder M's all of his previous Zelda dungeons, all 3 of them over the weekend, so we have some idea of what his style is like, but this may be something quite different. A Zelda dungeon with a boss fight. Use the first CP wisely to save red coins. Okay, that's curious. I guess we have some choice when it comes to when we choose to expend that, in a non-repeatable fashion, perhaps. The lengthy description says this. Many players have asked for a Zelda Maker ever since the release of Mario Maker 1. However, the closest thing we have to a Zelda Maker, as of now, is the Link power-up in Mario Maker 2. So is it possible to make a traditional Zelda dungeon level? Well, thanks to Scrollstop, you can. Join Link as he embarks on an adventure in this stiletto-shaped dungeon. The level features a map and a surprise item that makes it feel like a traditional Zelda dungeon level. How much are you willing to bet that the surprise item is the stiletto? Actually, no, I already know it is because I can see it on the cover image that's in the 4YMM site, but hopefully we'll have some kind of interesting progression to the midway item and traverse accordingly. We see that Dekal has the record on this one. I noted with interest that Dekal has not been optimizing things so tightly as to get the record on the Yoshi level earlier, but he's been snatching up records like crazy. Don't know who got first clear on this version. Kryluk. Not sure who that is, but let's get into the grotto. Ring drop wonkiness is actually a feature unique to NSMBU for some reason. Okay. Alright, so we have a kind of Goomba-shaped gate. And a Goomba-shaped... Look at this stiletto-shaped map. That is sort of in keeping with how the original Zelda 1 dungeons did, in fact, subscribe to particular shapes. Certainly in the Master Quest. I'm trying to remember if that was the case in the original. I don't think so. Been a long time since I've looked at Zelda 1 properly. This is going to be a Muncher Bump. Nope. Hang on. No, that's going to be a arrow shot on the POW. Why did I think it was a Muncher Bump? That's a terrible idea. Hang on. Okay. No, let's actually face the correct direction. We should probably just use the vines, actually, if I can bounce up to those with a Goomba spawn. Bounce up here. Probably can't get a decent arc, though. Like, actually, you know, just a standing position probably would have just done it. There we go. I'm not good at arrow shots. I discovered that vividly when I played some of Composer's Zelda-based levels, where he has all these timed arrow shots all over the place, and they're just an absolute nightmare. Okay, so here's the pink coin that we collect at some point when we have toggled the on-off. Looks like toggling the on-off also gives us item access to reclaiming the boot. So I'm sure that the structure of this dungeon is such that you get up to the midpoint item, which will be a boot, stiletto. That will toggle the on-off switch across the entirety of the level. Also change what's going on here with the map. And when you do so, it's going to give you renewed access to the stiletto in every room, so it feels like you're preserving the item progression. And also will give you, of course, access to the pink coin, which would reset the state to red. So we should keep that in mind. Although we have 5 pink coins, so maybe not. Hang on just a second, let's see what we're doing here. We had the map earlier. Right, we have 2 potential locations to go up, maybe? Yeah, if this is unblocked. Apparently we can only go through here. This is more like Link's Awakening, yes, that's right. Yeah, you're correct. Should have known that given how recently I played a remake. Yeah, I remember that, actually, about the Link's Awakening theming. Looks like we just have a selection of doors and pipes, so why don't we just go clockwise, just to keep things manageable. Whoops. Oh, I accidentally had a cling to that vine. I can't progress through here yet anyway until we have a switch toggle, so... And that would seem to require a boot anyhow. Let me just take one look to be absolutely sure, but I think I am absolutely sure. Yeah, because it looks like you would require to boot anyway. once you are past the red blocks in order to get to the upper level, then I would imagine that there's some boot stomp tech that is involved here in terms of displacing the thwomps or displacing enemies and switches. This, once again, okay, platform's not going to go that low. I don't know why I thought that was at all smart, but arrow shots. Arrow shot, I didn't think would activate the question block. I don't think it does. Didn't think it does. That you can get up to via the boot. This is not a side thwomp. This is just a map. Okay, let's just keep exploring. Red pipe below the blasters could be cake? I'll think about that. So far, this looks like that is something potentially spawn blocked as well. I feel like I am only able to progress to some of this once I have the boots, and moreover the state change. The state change would seem to perhaps unblock this, but I don't know that yet for a fact. The door is almost certainly our way forward. It's like all of the red pipes so far are dependent on having the boot. And yeah, they are. So the red pipes basically indicate places that you cannot progress to just yet. And what have we got here? Let's run our way up over to the door. That will be progress. And okay, that looks like we just bombed that. No, not with the current conveyor, obviously. And so we would need a P-switch, actually. A P-switch activation would stop the conveyor. P-switch activation would then allow me to throw and shoot a bomb across. Do we have access to a P-switch? Oh, we have fire. Can I bump the fire? That's... Oh, I think that too might be something that's ultimately going to be boot related, but we'll have to think about that. Let me see if I'm correct in that all of the red pipes consistently lead to boot related things. Oh, that's going to drop me in, and it's going to require the state switch after get the current checkpoint. That's not accessible without boot, is it? Yes, it is. But the fact that it's accessible without the boot probably just doesn't do much for me. Hang on, let's see if this is in fact accessible. I guess not. It is a bit of a boot hop trainer. But the fact that we have boot available also makes me think that bouncing off of this guy into the upper pipe might be a thing. We can, in fact, obtain a boot in some other rooms. Now that that has been unplugged. Don't have a very good visual memory for this stuff. This is not something that is switch-based. It might be P-block based. If there are P-blocks underneath, that would blast us. Yeah, let's see, because I do know that the boot was obtainable in the original room as something that was blocked off. So if we just go back to start, and obviously I won't have much time to play with this. Ah, no, here's something. There we go. Okay, let's check above the photo booth first of all, in case that's a secret location. Where was that? here, right? Okay. Oh, right, it's not even a big boot, it's just a small boot, so stomping is not going to be a factor. But hey, I want to check this guy. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I wonder what that's all about, then. Don't really see its relevance just yet. That's okay. We are going to run out of time, but we're past checkpoint. Checkpoint is going to require us to toggle the state back to off. Oh, checkpoint is for saving pink coin progress. Yeah, but there was the other checkpoint at the start, right? That was gated behind the blue state. So... Oh, this level did kind of warn me about the CPs, yeah. Okay. That's fine. We'll deal with it. What are we looking at here? Yes. Let's go back. Let's try to do as many boot-related things as we can, which will not include that thing. We'll check that room later. Right, because that's the blaster room. Okay, let's do this heart-wrenching exercise. This thing here will be tap. That does nothing. I didn't know why I thought it would do something. Swamp there doesn't seem to do much. Blowing up that block with a bomb seems to be the thing I want to do. That would require some way of raising a bomb up to this level in a way that's not the sword tap. Okay, so we have the boot once again made available. If I bounce off a Goomba, perhaps? No. No. Don't know why I thought I could do that. We need the boot. Alright, well, I mean, we need the boot. However, why is this question block? Okay, let's actually get a sword first. Feels like that question block might be indicative of something invisible that I can tap with the sword. That's the first thing I would think. Second thing I would think is just to blow it up with the bomb. Let's go back through here. Yeah, they really do need to add descriptions to the pause menu. We were just talking about that yesterday, actually, when we were... So, talking about the hard blocks. Obviously, eventually I do want to be able to escort the boot through. That's going to be a puzzle in its own right. That would require me to either move or destroy the thwomp. I think, unless I just boost through somehow. No, let's get through here. There's something we can do. Maybe there isn't. I can probably get a shot. Ah, no, lost the sword. Yeah, that looks like that is going to be boot dependent for that POW. Let's just check a different room. Maybe there is something else. Should be keeping in mind. Oh, also the other thing is I can fire an arrow. The arrow arc should hit the boot in the claw, and maybe that should drop it. Let's come back here and try that. And that's okay. I mean, once we learn each of the challenges, even if I don't preserve pink coin progress, once I understand each of the solutions, it should be fairly simple to sweep them all in a single attempt. I'm not worried about the checkpointing. And then I think in most cases I'm usually less worried about checkpointing than a lot of people might be. Okay, there we go. Okay, we have the boot. That's going to be a tap. Tapping is going to drop the P-switch. Dropping the P-switch does what? Let me map this out first. Dropping the P-switch gives you the P-blocks. P-blocks, you run over, you try to beat the timer, and that will get things done in the previous rooms. Don't know if there's going to be any kind of infinite P. I do know from playing a lot of Builder M's previous dungeons that activating an infinite P is actually something we see fairly often with his levels. It seems like I want to beat the timer and come up here. And I think I can do it. Yeah, P switch doesn't really seem to do anything useful for me here other than getting me on top of the swamp. Which, once again, doesn't do much. What happens if I hold it on, get into the boot? Yeah, that's just drop. Thought it was. Yeah. I'll have to think about this thing here. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is the shot marker. That works out fairly well. Let's tap this and try to race it. Just gonna try to race it back. Gonna be tight. But it should eliminate the blasters. Yes. Look at that, right on time. Okay, so I know how these two interact. There's no additional coin there, and so we're done with that segment. I can reclaim the boot now, and check the right side. See what this is all about? Star, okay. The star allows me to kill the thwomp that is holding up the twister in the previous room. So if we release it, that's the way to do it. Do I have a way to release it? Tap. Let me just scan this side first, see what's going on. Ah, okay. Wait, no star yet, no star yet. I want to despawn it either, but let me read this properly. Looks like on-off toggle is going to do what? E-switch toggle blocks the pipes. On-off toggle drops to sort. Yeah, that's going to be the progression path that we want afterwards. So let's go fast. Let's kill that thwomp. Because that will do something. I probably wanted to keep the boot, actually. But yeah, no, I don't need to. Yeah, I was thinking about a twister as like a reversible path that would allow me to head upstairs with the boot, but since we know how to claim the boot past that door, we're okay. So yeah, nice little multi-room interactions here, where several of these pipe entrances are kind of relevant in multiple respects. Give me an arrow shot up here. Thing I have most trouble with, which will be the reason I don't speedrun this. Okay, so we're down to 60 seconds, and that's okay. I think we understand a general concept at this point, in that each of the rooms allows you to solve something in a different room. So this, for instance, is also going to be based on a star. If you have a star coming in through here, you can nuke the thwomp and come out through the other side. Also, no conception yet of where the cake will be. We're down to 30 seconds, but let's just go through the motions and make sure we understand thing that's going on here. Where are these guys? $20 left. We obviously won't finish, but having 3 coins down is going to be important. Okay. Yeah, interesting POW gate. I guess the POW gate is in case you somehow get trapped on that side with the thwomp still up. I don't know how you would do that. But yeah, kind of wondering what kind of lock that is enforcing. Also never checked this pipe. Always worth checking. Yeah, we know we don't need to keep it. Yeah, for not arrowing the POW. Yeah, I see. But then why would you need to POW there in the first place? If you're worried about the arrow, like what you should be worried about is the coin, right? Okay, P-switch interaction drops this guy. That's the one thing we haven't done yet. So let's go back to the room where the P-switch was relevant. Yeah, we had previously done P-switch up to here. We now want to do P-switch up to the door, because that would get me access to the blaster in the next room. Oh, forgot to boot. Hang on. Okay. Fairly simple. Okay. These guys are going to respawn anyway. Might as well just head back up. Okay, so we're going to do the P-switch. We're going to race our way back to the top right door in the hub room. No. That was a mistake. And just re-enter the door. Grab a new boot. Nope, hang on. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay. Oh, we're slow. This is gonna be tight. Going way too slow, actually. Way too slow for what I need to do. Yeah. I don't know if that is the right idea. I mean, obviously, this is set up in such a way that the one-way panels let you get through here. But then you would want to jump out, do a bomb toss. We need to shoot this over while P-switch is still active, right? Like, that's going to be a tight race. If racing it over here is indeed the solution we want, and I think it is. Unless there's a second faster P activation that I'm unaware of. That is the method we'll try, though, because we have 3 coins sorted out already. That's just one interaction I've not done. The other thing to look out for is whether there will be any spots that I do not explore on the map. So that could be a vital clue. Nope, missed. Missed that as well, then it's okay, because I think it's actually easier in some ways without dealing with the boot. Oh, this is gonna be tight. Nope, not even close. I did have a bit of hesitation, though. I feel like without that hesitation... You know what? Why am I doing this? We've got a Podoboo at the top of this room. That looks like maybe a potential deflection puzzle. Deflect. And if we deflect down here, it should be able to drop that anyway. So why am I doing it that way? If I can, in fact, get a deflection. Yeah, like that. Why didn't I think of that before? Okay, that's going to go down. That's going to go... Yeah, we need to deflect it such that it takes this slope. There we go. I always have trouble with that, the same way that I have trouble with the Muncher Bump. So. Yeah, that was available to us the whole time. That just gives us the coin. Okay, so we have seen all 5 coins at this point, and I am able to do it all quickly. I think. Yeah, I know exactly how this is going to go from here, so... We just need to watch out for Cake. Currently in the central column. Hang on, let's actually take a boot. And what do we got here? We've got the switch. This is not the optimal path. The optimal path would have been to take the star route first, I think. Kind of do this in a radial fashion. Whoops. Yeah, do the star route, come to this room, grab this coin, wrap around to here, and do the next coin that is dependent on the P-switch. Not going to do a speed route, of course, but it is fun to think about these things. How to not miss the door, that seems rather important. If I want any chance at all getting... Oh, did I miss? Did I miss? Did I miss? I missed. Okay, do this again. 200 seconds to do this and get back to the main room checkpoint, perhaps. The other thing we can do is, now that we have all the solutions mapped out, do 4 coins and then checkpoint 1. In case that saves us any repetition. Yeah, nice of this to stop the Goomba spawns. Then get through here. Okay. One thing that I don't really know yet is what's going on to the right side of the star room. I think that's just part of the key door progression. So let's do the star next. Yeah, the right side of this room. Don't understand it yet. We'll just have to see it. Oh, no, let's do this again. I missed. And we want to take it up to the thwomp. Actually, there are 2 different star rooms, so... But I do need the boots for either one. And this will just kill the boot, right? However, will I buy enough time? Nope. Yeah, I don't really see why that was necessary. Oh, I guess it's if you... I'm trying to think about like how you could interact with that if you're on the wrong side of the thwomp. On the right side of the thwomp, rather, and on the opposite side from the coin. Okay. Grab the star, no need to worry about the projectiles from here. Let's get in here and nuke this thwomp, followed by the one in the top left room. I may need to redo all this from not being able to beat the timer. We'll see if we can get back to the original checkpoint. And perhaps deal with the key. Oh, come on. Let's Pop that. And I do not actually need the boot for this one up here. I just need to touch the thwomp. So I need to think too hard about that. Oh, I do, however, need Link. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to do a start over so we can checkpoint this correctly. Meantime, I'll pay attention to what's going on with the map, in case there is a hidden location I need to know about. Nope. Not a bump. And, yeah, safety coin up there. Okay. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. This pipe down here, that does look relevant. It looks like something that could also be P-switch activated. So we'll keep that in mind if we need to race down here with the P-switch activation. That could, in fact, be what we want. I see what you were saying when you pointed out that location earlier. I had not noticed it. Okay, star room first. No, not star room first. We need to hit the on-off switch first in the checkpoint room, but we will avoid taking the checkpoint. And yeah. In the meantime, we can also take care of this guy, I think, unless there's something on-off dependent about it, which I don't think there is. Nope, tried to shield into that, and that was a disaster. El disaster. Okay. Just have trouble with the interaction, but there we go. Having it trapped under the panels makes things easier. Walk right up to it. Okay, there we are. Let's toggle the switch. And not grab the checkpoint. Now at this point, the most efficient circuit should be to do the star segment first. Okay. Got the star sorted out. And get the thwomp here sorted out, and then we will return to the star. And take the star up to the Twister Room. Twister Room is going to give us the P-switch, or at least a room after the Twister Room. It's going to give us the P-switch. Main reason to keep the boot at this point is so we can progress directly without having to come back to reclaim the boot. Oh, too late. Okay. I guess I should, in fact, jump out of the boot to speed through that, then. Otherwise, unless I have a very precise path mapped out, I will have some timing issues. So yeah, why don't we just head up as fast as possible? That's what the vine is supposed to do, but what will require a little bit more accuracy in order to execute properly. Okay, let's do this again. Oh. a sword. Hang on. Okay, we'll jump out of the boot. We'll get up the vine as fast as we can. Hit the thwomp. Grab the twister coin and then come back for another boot. If it's necessary, I think I can... Oh yeah, it will be necessary because I no longer have the twister there. Oh, come on. Let's do this again. And let's try to do this carefully for once. Not lose to very simple execution mistakes. Just the simplest things. Let's... run through this. At about 260 seconds, we will get 4 coins and then hit the checkpoint in the on-off room. Because that will give me a few tries at searching around for the cake before reaching the safety coin point for the key. You need to have an off state in order to reach the safety coin, or the 5th coin anyway. And so it will be imperative that we grab that checkpoint just in case of a timeout. Let's see if we can actually pop this accurately for once. I'm too slow. It's much too slow. It's sort of interesting to see some of these timings worked out, though, that each of these rooms, given that you have a room-to-room interaction that also has a particular distance for progressing through the central layout, that they are timed in such a fashion that everything does feel like it puts some time pressure on you to, you know, play cleanly and not mess around too much. Okay, bomb. Bomb. Let's wait until the platform is low. Okay, first try on that shot. That's very satisfying. Now we grab a boot, we come back through here to hit the P-switch. That will give us access to coin 4. And yeah, solution's all mapped out at this point. Not too concerned about the puzzle-solving element of this too much. And grab that. I do feel like restarting for the sake of redoing the checkpoint was probably something that is going to pay off, just given how tight I'll be after finishing this coin. Okay, that little bit of lag there is probably going to matter. Yeah, really interesting to see the tuning on the timer there. Get it just in time. And yeah, P-switch timer is going to be, I think, the thing that gets me through that blaster lock. Let's grab the checkpoint now. And once we do so, we should have everything we need to proceed. Okay, so here's what we're going to try. We're going to do E-switch, and then straight drop, and then down this pipe. That's going to be tight, probably, but... No, I want to boot. Boot. We'll see. We can make it to the cake. The other thing I haven't tried is just taking a star back to that. Wait, let's do the boot again. Taking the star back to the main room is not something I'd thought about, and which is potentially useful. Incredible to see what a threat those Monty Moles can be. Oh wow, this is gonna be tight. Bass to music. Go left so we can spawn in as soon as we can. Look at that. Except I lost a boot. Or Y. MM. Okay. Let's, call it a boots. Can I see some alternate? There we go. Boots and Gatto. And we'll say that with some delight. Yes, you were absolutely correct. I mean, I noticed that with the reset. I would not have thought to pay attention to it the first pass through. But once I understood how the blaster was being set up there, that was fine. So let's see. Oh, I popped back through here. That's cool. Hey, I'm going to take a star. I only have 30 seconds left, so I might as well fool around a bit. Maybe not fool around that much. Okay, Master Sword. I don't think this will actually do anything, but... Okay, so we're back here. I do have a way to progress that is new, which is up here. Oh no, that's just a sword drop. Okay. Looks like I need to drop the boot in order to get through here. Back to the main entrance. That is at 0 seconds, we'll time out. And that's okay, because I would not have wanted key death in that spot anyway. So there. Or would I? Anyway. That's okay. We've seen the cake. We've laid claim. We don't have to do anything redundantly. Everything is fine. And that was within a fairly efficient single segment, too. Nope, not here. Sorry. Need to go back to the main room. Main room all the way to the left. A boot jump to our original location. How do I get a boot now? Does it give me a boot, or do I need to go back? I need to go back. Also, question block on the right side. I don't think I checked that. I think that was a 1-up. But we'll know in a moment. Okay. Through we go. Okay, so we get the boot. We get to hit the POW. POW removes the muncher and also gives me access. So let's avoid key death if we can. Let me respawn actually the boot. I feel like we'll need it. Key death would probably be kind of terrible at this point. That keeps happening. Hey. What this Goomba? Get out of my face. Wow. I wonder if this is just gated off. Such that I can't actually get through with the boot. That would seem unkind. But maybe it is just the on-off switch that matters. No, I actually just need to use the key. And to use the key, I need to go back here. Let me grab the boot first. To use the key, I need to go back to the star room. Should have gotten a message from the way I was being cut off. I believe it is the star room on the right side. But my memory may be wrong. Oh, no, it is correct. So let's get through the Goom Boot Grotto. That's going to activate a P-switch and force a click of the on-off. It's going to get me through to what is checkpoint 2, which is well placed because it gives me checkpoint right before the boss fight. Only have one chance to boot anyway. Looks like it is going to be jumping out of the boot and slapping the pokey if I can. Whoops. Don't know if I can have another shot at that sword. Let's reset. Okay, I actually kind of approve of using the reset. Where, oh, no, can't jump on Wendy missiles. Yeah, no, I like the idea of resetting the whole fight in order to get power-ups. That you can, in fact, continue from where you left off without a death. But at the same time, you lose your progress, and so you have to, in the end, do things cleanly. Okay, let's shoot the Wiggler. It's gonna be... Nope. Tapping the Wiggler with a sword is probably a much smarter idea. Yeah. Okay, pretty simple. Not, yeah, the pokey. Why am I calling it a Wiggler? It's a pokey. Anyway, we're in the heel of the boot. And, oh, look at the mouth of that dungeon over there. Still have one little troll mole guarding the Triforce. And there we go, we have our little makeshift dungeon exit. So there you go, Goom Boot Grotto. Okay, 3 down, 5 to go. Let's see how many we can actually get through in this session. This was one of the higher clear rates, but also, of course, a dungeon that takes a little bit of time to navigate. But we're doing all right. Next one is going to be Stardust and Angry Rocks. Probably not a music level based on the old 1920s classic by Hoagy Carmichael. But do not be afraid. With the power of Stardust, you can be invincible. I feel like there is kind of a vacancy for Hoagy Carmichael music levels, and that maybe I should get around to filling it. You know, even if it is just like really basic stuff like Heart and Soul and so on. But Stardust, of course, one of the songs that he was best known for back in the day. But this is going to tell me, do not be afraid. The lengthy description is going to say, these clouds are full of stardust. But watch out. There are also many dangerous munchers well known for being unstoppable and instantly hurting Mario. If only there was a power-up that would neutralize the power of the munchers. Well, I mean, we saw a power-up that did just that, and that was Stiletto. But that probably doesn't have much to do with Stardust. So the call, once again, having snagged the record on this level with a 1.23% clear rate. Let's see how we do. Hey, Julian, we haven't gotten to yours yet, so yeah, do feel free to lurk. Hoping to get through the whole pile today, but it depends on how long the cake hunts are. Some of the cake hunts took a while. Okay, looks like this is just a star of platforming. Whoops. But yeah, Julian, I hope you are well on your side. and enjoy. Okay, no, I need to let that thing raise me up slightly. And hopefully we have enough time to grab another star once we are up higher. I'm playing that a bit impatiently. I need to let this lug me up a bit. No, too late, too late. Yeah, lurking is always fine. Okay. I feel like I do need that to nudge me up a bit, because getting the dash off the high muncher is not giving me enough distance, but then I have a bit of a timing issue after that, in that I have to be quite quick about getting over to the stars on the right side, so maybe that's too much of a delay. Or maybe I'm just not getting enough of a dash in the first place. That looks like it's the case. Yeah. Just need to run forward. Yeah, get as much of a dash as I can. Get down here. Jump over here. Nope. Probably needed to land on top of those coins. Should have seen that coming. Sort of interesting to see the muncher movement in this level. Get me over. Yeah. Spin jump is correct. Otherwise that would have been a disaster. Okay. Yeah, need to jump up nice and high above the pipes. I can't always predict where the spawns are going to be, so just need to be cautious. Thank you for the host, Julian. I'm sure your viewers will be delighted to see me get around to yours when the time comes. If the time comes, I hope so. And okay, tug back. Wait. Oh, wasn't watching my positioning at all there. Didn't expect to fall straight off. Okay, that's gonna lower. That's gonna lower. Nope. Need to go a bit faster than that if I want to jump off green. I think I probably can land directly on top, but difficult to say. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look here. Whoops. Very slippery in some ways because I don't have a good idea of how wide the hitboxes are on the munchers when it comes to using them as platforms. It seems like they extend just slightly under the wings. It's not precisely a 2-tile width like a regular platform, I don't think. It's kind of guessing here, of course. Okay, just have to do an immediate jump. Look at that cloud up top as well. Oh, the cloud, I think, was just there aesthetically, but that is curious. That's something we'll have to keep in mind if there is something like a cake route later on. You see an upper cloud? Yeah, I don't think that's accessible. That's just over top of ground. You see a lot of decorative clouds, in fact. None of them, oops. I sometimes vastly underestimate the speed that I'm going to be dashing with when I do have the star. I'm still sort of thinking about my timing, regular Mario timing, and so that's why I keep running into things and running off certain platforms. And that's always something that feels a little bit tight, that spot there, but we got it. Okay, that's fine, I don't care. Check the pipe. What do we got? More stars? Clouds are usually, indeed always, going to be screen position dependent, and so it will mostly be fighting against the time pressure of the auto-scroll. There is a bit of diagonal movement to the auto-scroll that does reposition the clouds in a way that we'll just need to learn how to play around. Okay, oh, actually landed that safely that time. That was unique. Yeah, I can just stand through that swamp, actually. I don't need to deal with it. Yeah, that's just a general slipperiness in this level is, I think. Just thinking of poor estimates of my speed. And we'll just let that yank me back. Okay, here we go. Alright, that feels pretty nice. Refresh that, and we'll just try to get up to the next one as it swings over. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of those clouds are obtainable, but I'm paying attention to that anyway in case that turns out to be a trick to a secret. Okay. Hug me back. There we go. And here we are. Did check the green pipe already, and that's nothing. Whoa. Okay, have to make this carefully. Fun platforming concept, that's for sure. Yeah. It's okay. Should not take too long to sort out. Quick jump there. That's the spot that can feel like a bit of a snipe if you don't know how to read those coins. Oh, I see. No. I had safely cut through the thwomp before, but I should have thought about the Muncher Crush. It's possible to get through. It is unwise to try. It's probably best to just do that jump as intended. You can kind of hear the thwomp do its thwomping right as you land on top of that side muncher. It's actually kind of a satisfying synchronization. Might not be intentional, but it works. Okay. A bit thrilling here. I need to let up on the dash button. We got a checkpoint. Look at this guy on the left. That looks awfully suspicious. Oh no, that's necessary in order to go down. Well, let's not GG out of this one yet. That is going to be spin jumps in order to get low enough. I think you can use them as platforms instead of cutting through them when you're on top, but hitboxes can be a bit weird. This guy to the left here. Yeah, this is kind of a right, left, right. Nope. Okay, we salvaged that one. Briefly lost a star. Okay, still no sign of the cake route just yet. We'll just have to remain vigilant. And, okay, here we are. Did I already have SMM1? I did. I got Maker 1 on day 1. Played it in 2015 and early 2016, and then I left it for about 3 years. I only started to do the more community side of things in terms of catching up on the YMM projects and discovering who the big streamers were, etc. Starting to interact on Twitch in early 2019 when Maker 2 was already announced. Basically, Maker 2 made me dig out Maker 1 and catch up on what I could of the, 3 years of content that I missed, which obviously I couldn't catch up very exhaustively, but I did manage to see what was going on and see a lot of big levels at a time. Oh, I actually don't remember what name I used in game. I think my Miiverse name was just my real name, probably. So I was not like a big player or anything. I was mostly just like I didn't make anything really significant. I just kind of caught up mostly as a player. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting because some people who have been around the community a long time, I only really learned about in 2019, in the months leading up to Maker 2. But some people I have been aware of for very long, like Ragnarok X was somebody who was kind of in the same Maker group, you know, from day one of the game. And it's sort of interesting because I'm only beginning to make some of the connections now between who was who in Maker 1 and Maker 2, in that, like, I knew who Iris was, and I remembered playing a lot of Iris's levels. I didn't find out until this week that Iris was actually Death to Spies. And that would have been obvious to me if I had actually bothered to look at the full level list by Death to Spies and recognized that a bunch of those were actually Maker 1 ports. But yeah, I did a ton of catch-up. And learned a lot about the state of the game, like, after a lot of it had already settled. I'm way behind the timing I need. I don't think I can catch up at this point because of the spiny position. However, it looks like there are two possible paths. So the thwomp is going all the way up. Maybe I can wrap around the right side. Where's that blue pipe to the right? See very shortly. I don't think I read any of that accurately. Oh, there's always a lot to learn. Always a lot to learn. But, you know, keep in mind, right, that, like, back when I sort of stopped with the game back in early 2016, pink coins were not yet in the game. Key doors were not yet in the game. Like, a lot of that stuff I had to learn from scratch. In terms of just, you know, learning things that we take for granted about safety coins and checkpoint logic and so on. And also, like, the entire set of spawning rules with the game. So, you know, the entire set of levels that I made back in 2015 was really quite sloppy in that I didn't understand how to fix a lot of despawning bugs because I didn't know what the loading rules were. By the time you get into 2019, you have a very good level of community understanding of things like entity limit and of things like the global ground and also the loading logic. Like, that stuff was all sort of new to me at the time, and which I was very glad to catch up on prior to release of Maker 2, because I could then put that immediately to use, even with all the new elements that were being brought in. CPs were added first, and then I think pink coins and key doors were added afterwards. CPs came first in late 2015, I believe. No, I could have actually salvaged that, and I did. I'm too slow, though. And in the meantime, I still don't really see a natural cake spot yet, so we'll have to probably redo this level anyway. Of course, I haven't checked some of the pipes. Nope. Sliding right over. But yeah, it was really interesting to see in 2019, first of all, just how much the game had changed. You know, like back in 2016, the sort of concept of a troll level didn't really exist yet, except from things that were actually just trolling. You know, hit your head on a block, etc. Run into a soft lock, and the level laughs at you. But the actual concept of a troll level as a puzzle genre did not really exist. A lot of other things didn't really exist until I went back to the game. And one of the reasons that I was aware of the YMM projects was because that was one of the best ways for me to catch up. You know, since like I'm trying to see what happened in 3 years of Mario Maker that I spent playing other games and, you know, adopting the Switch in 2017 and so on. But, you know, the fact that I could load up 1 YMM, 2 YMM, 3 YMM, and get caught up very quickly on what the state of the game was. Try to spin jump, I clicked that on its side. Was something very useful, so I think, you know, long term, we shouldn't underestimate the degree to which, like, these levels are going to stick around for people who are lapsed. Oh, there was so much garbage in Maker 1. I mean, you know, Maker 2, like, we kind of make fun of Endless now as being garbage, and the top list as being all refreshing specials and so on, but compared to Maker 1, I remember thinking on day 1 of Maker 2 that stuff like the Endless and Popular lists were actually kind of a breath of fresh air. Too slow. Much too slow. If I were faster, should be able to get a bounce off the spike top. I am still thinking of the spike top in terms of a spin jump and bounce. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't think it really is if I have some trouble with distance there, but regardless, I need to land fairly accurately on top of the spike top to do anything, because clipping it from the side will just kill it. So. Okay. Nice little spike top training spot there, though. Okay, nice, nice. That's all good so far. I feel like the blue pipe is the intended exit, and that the high muncher is probably the bonus route. So let's go for the high muncher as often as we can until we have seen one or both sides of the pipe to see how things continue. I feel like going up the pipe immediately is easy mode. Julian, do I remember your YMMs? If I look them up by title, I probably do. I remember some of people's for sure. Like, you know, when I was playing Cypher's level in week 1, I was definitely thinking, oh, that's the go with the flow guy. And when I was playing Ren's level, I was definitely thinking, like, that's the Nightmare Disco guy. And I probably would know you by one of your levels as well, but I'd have to remember the title. But of course, you know, somebody like Ren has such a recognizable style, right? Yeah, I feel like I do remember that one. But, like, I didn't play 100% of the levels in YMM, but I did play a big chunk of them. So, for example, you know, the thing I remembered about Iris / and Death to Spies was actually a lot of the flight levels. Not so much the YMM stuff, but things like the Tanuki Leaf levels. I regret that I did not play the levels by John / Tetratarix, because I loved the Yoshi level in 4YMM last week. And I know that the 3YMM level was taken down, right? Because it involved standing in walls. I heard that it was, in fact, taken down. So I never got a chance to play it. And unfortunately, I don't have my Wii U with me in the same household right now. It's for a bunch of reasons that I won't go into. My Wii U is not in my current residence. Which is too bad, because otherwise I would plug it in and, you know, at some point do some kind of retro YMM streaming, maybe. Or just retro Maker 1 streaming. So the funny thing is, I was totally aware of who Kavik was because of Mecha Bowzilla. and Nikki's Puzzling Pictures and that stuff. I actually didn't know he ran YMM. Like, I didn't know he was sort of that centrally involved in coordinating the project. I just knew who he was because of the levels. Yeah, it would be kind of interesting. I mean, I think with some makers, they would be very eager to just move past what was available in the first game, but some makers, I think, definitely miss the tech that they were able to work with. You know, in terms of pipe stacking and semi-solid logic and just the amount of stuff that makes Maker 1 feel like a dramatically different game when you go back to it. And dramatically different for reasons other than just having a smaller tool set. But, you know, with the amiibos and the mystery mushroom costumes adding so much flavor as well. Like, a lot of great concepts, I think, were so dependent on having costumes that they never really got ported over faithfully into this game. Nothing up there. Okay, fine. That's not cake. What is this? Yoshi. We have a scroll stop block on the right side. We have an on switch that will probably break the scroll. I don't want to trigger any auto scrolls yet, so let me just check every single one of these pipes. This looks like a mushroom spot. Oh, see at 50 coin. Okay. Was there at any point in this level an opportunity to save a mushroom? I didn't think so. I thought it was Small Mario the whole way. But if there was a way to... Okay, that's not it. That's not a secret. It's just a donut block. If there was a way to keep a mushroom, that would get me to the 50 coin. I didn't think I saw a mushroom in the first segment, though. So, yeah, when I have the Wii U at some point, I'll do that. The other issue, however, is that... So, you know, back when the Wii U came out, I think most people were on the 2.4 gigahertz band in terms of their local Wi-Fi network. And now we have tons of traffic on the 5 gig band, and the thing about the 5 gig band is that it actually interferes with the video transmission on the Wii U gamepad, because the reason that the Wii U gamepad was so snappy was because it used the 5 gig Wi-Fi band. And I realized when I was kind of returning to my Wii U that, like, I had network issues in terms of playing off the gamepad. I mean, I have a separate monitor nowadays, and I don't need to be as gamepad dependent as I used to be, but that was definitely a concern. You made 29 Maker 1 levels, and you did already surpass that, and we've played, like, pretty much all of the puzzles, although I mean, I know I left some of the precision stuff because I can't really do it. Yeah, look at this thing here. Quite obviously some kind of cake route, possibly involving the mushroom going down to the 50 coin, so... Okay, we have to do the cake. I have to redo this level. That's as simple as that. So, let's grab the goal. And... Oh, you know what? I could have just taken a death zone and a donut block. So that's what the donut blocks are for. Donut blocks are to allow you to reset from checkpoint 2 if you need to do cake. However, that would tell me that checkpoint 2 and afterwards is where the cake is obtainable. And I don't see how that happens yet. Let's just redo this. Oops. Yeah, the gamepad does have a very surprisingly limited range. I loved the gamepad, actually. Like, before the Switch was revealed, I think my #1 request for the next Nintendo console was please have a way that I could play it handheld, like I did from the gamepad. And of course, then we just saw that the Switch was the Switch. But yeah, the stylus was so snappy. The inputs I found were much better in the Maker mode. Lots to love about the gamepad. I would not have played nearly as much of the Wii U as I did if it did not have a portable-only mode. You know, even if I was kind of tethered at home, very often, you know, I couldn't count on access to a second monitor or display. At least with the situation I was in at the time. So, having the gamepad screen was what made playing tons and tons of Mario Maker possible, along with the many other fantastic platformer games on that system. Just a wonderful platforming system. You know, people, I think, who are not into that stuff really underestimate how good the Wii U was for people who like 2D platformers, because we didn't have it that good since pretty much the days of the Super Nintendo, in terms of just having like really good side-scrolling content, and consistently so. Okay, how did I miss the stars that time? Oh, I see. Okay, jump. Keep forgetting this guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was so satisfied with the Wii U. And yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult system to transport and pack up, and that's the reason I don't have mine with me. It is in storage elsewhere. Because I had a fairly big move last year. Not all my things are with me yet. But yeah, it would be really interesting to kind of just have a bit of a Maker 1 retro party at some point. Especially to show off some things that are no longer possible in Maker 2. You know, kind of do a video recording of some of the greatest hits. But yeah. I mean, it's kind of too bad so much content is trapped in Maker 1. I know there was a bit of a preservation project of sorts, so people could eventually at least have access to levels through emulation off a central database. I don't actually know what happened with that cataloging program, I just know that it existed. Okay. Yeah, still not clear on how Cake Route is going to work here. Get Yoshi, you see a 50 coin that's prominently placed but is seemingly mushroom locked. I don't see it. Now let's keep an eye out. Whoops. But yeah, the Wii U is very difficult to actually pack. There were sort of specialized Wii U carry cases back when the system came out, but I actually got my Wii U somewhat late, like I didn't get it right at launch. So I never really thought about accessories like that. I'm sure there's some that are available on a secondary market that are good, but yeah, gamepad storage is a real problem. You just have so much equipment to move around. You know? So, Switch is comparatively very convenient. Okay, so what's going on with that cake? We should be thinking, I think, in terms of a mushroom, right? Or something else that can break blocks going down to the 50 coin. Like, that's got to be it. Nope. Yeah, I don't need spoilers. I'm just kind of wondering out loud. I mean, if I'm really stuck, then maybe we can discuss that. Like, the cake that I was most stuck on earlier today was in Zerdguy's level. And the only hint I received on that was that the entrance was kind of briefly visible off screen. And that was enough for me to work with without being specific. Like, I still needed to search the level for that. I guess technically the cake route on the Zelda dungeon, Morgan kind of correctly guessed in chat. That was a guess. And it was worth exploring. Okay. I'm worried about my star timing there. It's okay, I got these ones. Yeah, still don't see it. Maybe it is something to do with that top muncher. That is not just acting as a gate, but if it does give me some kind of block access. Think about this. The donut block placement on the depth zone in the final room definitely implies to me that the cake is entirely obtainable post CP2. I am working on that assumption. And I will be resetting with that death point if I get to it. Okay. Okay, let's get through here. Okay. Oh, no, the star's running out. Okay. I have to think about the star. Yeah, Julian, I hope you are able to come back for yours. If you can't be back in time, then you can't see it live, that's fine. I'll be able to show it off in the video anyway, so. Yeah, if you don't come back for it live, hope you can come back for the playthrough on a delay. So thanks for joining me anyway. Sorry we couldn't get to yours quickly enough, but that's what happens when I fail at cake. If there's something critical that's through one of the pipes, then it would need to be in a safe location where you respawn into this room and can continue. So for example, there were coins over one of the yellow pipes, like the one to the left, top left, where we see the screen right now. Oops. And that seems to be the most plausible candidate if it is something pipe related, because I don't see what else those coin indications could be for that are directly on top of the yellow pipe. It is also a safe location for spawning back out if necessary. But that still doesn't explain the 50 coin placement that seems to be mushroom locked. Yeah, this guy up here. Let's go down the pipe. Maybe I was supposed to go up through the pipe. Up through the pipe. No, because that would not drop me safely. I wonder what those coins are for then. That is a mystery. Still a mystery. Okay. Here we go. Nope, too late. Oh. Wait, blue pipe at a start? Was that all? Okay, no, that's just a platform. That would be entirely too trivial, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's try to get back to final room. Might just have to get back to the ending screen and study it properly. That will take a few attempts. Just to clean up everything we have learned so far. is drop. And back we go. Getting used to the physics at least, somewhat. Nope, missed. But yeah, you have the Yoshi at the end. You have the 50 coin spots. Maybe it is some kind of puzzle interaction involving the Yoshi on that screen, but I somehow doubt it. It just looks like a bonus or a rescue. And let's see what's going on with this guy. I see. Yeah, the coins on the left are just guidance. We're getting over. This is just guidance for getting through. Still very suspicious of that muncher on that side. No actual mushrooms, right? No actual mushrooms? Nope, just one up. One up. One up. Don't see it. Maybe there is some kind of vital clue. Oh no, there's a pipe. Here we go, there's a pipe. Okay, there's 4YMM. It's not really a cake though, right? Oh, whoa. Something's gonna break. There's a little 50 coin bubble down there. And a pipe to the left, that's just where we drop in, I think. Yeah, look at that pipe up there. That certainly looks like a secret exit of another sort. Huh. Curious. There definitely is a cake road then. Yeah, because something would have to drop you in, unless that was the entry point. Unless that was the entry point. Yeah, we found this pipe here. And we see the fire flower that is at the very bottom that you drop into if you come out that pipe. However, Yoshi. Okay, now we're in business. Not much business, but we're in business. Okay, now that I have Yoshi, now what do? We have this room here. We have high pipe on the left side. Doesn't look like I can beat that. Looks like that is maybe not a drop point then. So Julian, if you don't mind confirming, I mean, obviously there is a cake, right? Like this is not the only secret, because I have had some previous levels where, you know, you would just have a bit of uncertainty at the end about whether or not you actually did see all the secrets, but it seemed like I definitely missed something. Yeah. Okay, so we now have the fire flower. Let me see if there's anything through here that can be manipulated with the fire flower. Doesn't look like it. So why don't we just take the death? I feel like the death zone would be correct. Just check everything, yeah. Just have to check the pipes then. I mean, managed to figure this out. Managed to figure out obtaining fire. I think I do actually have to SD out of this one. Yeah, because I scrolled over too far, right? Check everything, huh? Okay, that's fine. So why don't I get Yoshi, preserve the flower, and then see what I can do with the flower. I mean, I did see the pipes on either side, top left and bottom left, when I spawn in through the 4YMM room. Just don't see what else is going on there. Let's see what's going on here. Just have to redo this part, I think. If it is something that's entirely solvable once we get Yoshi and Flower in a kind of puzzle sequence, then that would mean that I only need to do this once more. Yeah, I did check above the upper muncher, and that was nothing. Coin. Yeah, this we know about. This we know about. And I also know that the camera boundary scrolls just slightly lower when I come in through this pipe here. So, what can I do from down here that is different? Should be how I'm thinking. And checking every pipe. And very careful not to activate scroll lock. Check this. I checked the down pipe here. Yes. Did everything correctly with the fire flower? Yeah. I just see that left side location. Doesn't seem to do too much for me. What am I even standing on? It looks like I'm standing on clouds. Okay. Check 4YMM room once again. 4YMM. You have a couple of pipes there. That's just decoration. Anything conditional? No. It's just a scroll boundary. Can't do anything with that. What does the fire flower do? That's the question here. What does the fire flower actually achieve? I could not achieve before. Donut box for death spot. Yeah, I know I'm not hitting the switch. It is useful to know that I am kind of on the right track, though, and that I should not be thinking about redoing the platforming, unless, of course, I run out of time. Oh, you know what? That's what gave me access. That's just a simple thing. But, you know, I just developed a lot of tunnel vision for that. Okay. In keeping with the comment I made earlier. Wait, hang on. Not a... In case anybody at all in Mario Maker is like really into music of the 1920s to 40s and knows Stardust. Not a Hoagy Carmichael music level, but still a delicious cake. A delicious. Goes you with determination. Oh yeah, here we go, delicious. Can't type at all with a controller. That's one thing I miss about Wii U as well, you know, the fact that you could stream out of it in HD. Theoretically, you could have an HD output from it when doing stylus input the whole time. Useful for so many things, and I wish the Switch had some kind of mode to allow for that, to have simultaneous screen input and HD output. Wink. Yeah, no hint needed. I just needed to not have a serious case of tunnel vision. And we are through. Yeah, very nice of this level to actually provide a death zone. I mean, I know I did redo the whole thing, but there have been a few levels where Cake was very much a do-or-die thing. right at the goal, and those significantly extended the amount of time that I had to take. But we are finished with Stardust and Angry Rocks, which will take us to the next level, which is going to be by Julian, and it's going to be Morton's Meltdown. So, Julian, where are you? Looks like Morton's Meltdown right here. Explore the mechanics around Morton's Flames and melt your way to the exit. I love how the thumbnail implies that you have to melt your way into his heart. But the long description says, in this stunning level, bad joke we know, you find yourself in an icy cave inhabited by the mad Morton. Explore the mechanics around Morton's Flames and melt your way through the cave. This time, it is actually recommended to play with fire. Well, let's do the responsible thing and play with fire. In keeping with a lot of Julian's levels, a very high clear rate, but we can expect some interesting yet forgiving mechanics to engage with. So, once again, Julian, thanks for stopping by to see this played. And we'll just get through this ice cave here, which will set us up for a melty level. Looks like that's going to be something P dependent. Looks like we have to be aware of the stun lock. That's going to be one of the main threats in this level. We just have to keep an eye on Morton's timing and not get excessively stun locked. At least it's not a permanent stun lock, which would be very unfair and not appropriate to this level, but certainly something I have seen before. Okay, so we just need to let Morton's Flames do their thing. And this will give me access to the pipe on the right side. And so that introduces the concept. I always love this very organic look to what you do with the ground tiles. I remember observing that with your boomerang level post-patch as well. And actually a lot of your levels. Just a lot of attention put into that naturalistic decoration. I don't know if the seesaw gives me any kind of meaningful... Ah, yes, it does. So in that case, we need to send a flame over and deflect it up to ramp. Like that. Nice. Very unique, actually. I have not really played with the Morton Flame and Seesaw interaction ever. So that's quite new. And we'll just grab that. Can always hop out if we actually need it to work as a throwable shell. Nice to have the shell refresh over here as well. Looks like we need on off of some sort. Oh, we need to direct the flames somewhere else, don't we? Ah, yeah, no, we can step on it. Yeah, step on it and step on the next one too. Should be timed to allow us to platform both, and that's what the markers are for. The markers are not for P-switch, they are for jumping. Once again, very forgiving, but still very interesting. Okay, and then now we know what to do with the P blocks that are at the beginning. I said, now we know what to do with P blocks at the beginning. Let's actually follow the markers for once. I'm terrible at following instructions. That is not my natural playstyle at all. But yeah, I have no idea how to do decoration in this kind of style where it is very naturalistic. I think I'm just too much of a grid-based thinker. So it's always impressive to watch for me. Interesting that... Ah, okay, so we're going to use the on-offs in order to affect the travel direction of the flame. I'm now thinking of the Super Ball trap level that you made, in fact, because that's probably the closest thing to this I can think of, even though that mechanic is no longer usable. So we need significantly better timing. Good that the flame does get out of my way. No, it's not how you do it. Let it cling. Circle around. Nope, too late. Have to be fairly quick about it too, I think. No, it's actually... Yeah, okay, it is dependent on time. Nope. Let it cling, and then give it about 1 block of advanced anticipation, I guess. Like, you have to just figure out the timing properly as it's going around a corner. It's too early. Too early. Yeah, right as it hits the corner, in fact. Nope. That was alive for too long, yeah. We want to hit the one on top first anyway. Well, we need to hit them in either order to get both. So let's... Hang on. Need to eventually clip both of them. But I do need to be relatively brisk, otherwise they despawn. There we go. There's one, finally. Grab that guy. Finally. That's going to despawn. Yeah, had to get that pretty much on the first try. Whoops. Let's grab that mushroom first. And let's catch the next cycle. Yeah, no, have to do it immediately. And no, it's a double tap. Nope, wrong. There we go. Do it. Okay, it took me way too long to do that. We're down to 169 seconds, but then that's what the checkpoint is for. Hey, Zerd Guy, we did play yours earlier, and I did spend a great deal of time doing the cake route before I managed to see where the door was hidden. So, thank you for that. That was a fun time. Much more successful with it than I was with some of your older levels this weekend. Okay, what am I looking for here? Okay, we want to melt that stuff to eventually drop everything. We want to eventually have a Buzzy Shell that will get me through in this. Yeah, because Buzzy Shell would bump the Muncher. Bump the Muncher gives you an explosion. Explosion would drop the ice and blow up the ice rather, and drop the trampoline. Okay, that's the correct idea, just add positioning. That is right. Just need to get in there a little bit higher. Okay. And some kind of on-off blockage going on up there under the saw blade. Okay, so here are the main changes that we have a different on-off state, right? Okay, let's get a couple of spawns out here. Jump. And then... No, we need to deflect something, don't we? I feel like I am going to be out of time for this stuff. But, oh, lowering the thought. Okay. I hope the POW doesn't despawn in the meantime. Don't see what landing on. Was landing on clouds and panel there. Okay. Isn't it possible to just ground pound on a POW and kill Morton, though? Isn't that a risk? Like, if you do a Bone Shell Slam on the POW... Oh, or would you just, Yeah, that is obviously not right, but I wanted to do it anyway. There... I mean, it's obviously not correct, but I had to try it. And in fact, the idea would be that you would want to slam it when Morton is available, hence the reset door. Want to slam it when Morton is in the air because that releases the twisters. Interesting too that the POW break does stick around. Right? Okay, no. Not correct. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are going on vacation this week. So, yeah, Julian, if I don't finish this quickly enough for you to see me complete it all the way to the end, you have a good time, and hopefully you'll be able to catch up on it when you are back. So yeah, have a good holiday. Seems like a lot of people are on break. Especially now that things are in more of a moderate reopening phase in Europe, as I understand it. Okay. Blow that up. No. Gotta get in the next cycle. Nope, not that quickly. There we go. Also, I never did check this pipe. No, that's just mushroom. Never mind. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, that's bone shell and bounce. You know that. A much higher position is necessary. But that will get us up immediately. Hopefully buy plenty of time to sort all this out. Ah, okay. Looks like this requires me to do a double bounce so I can get off the bone shell and then kick it into the off switch. In fact, look at that. That actually is a boot. Like the red block design there in the hint panel. It is, in fact, a signal to kick. I mean, we can see it again when we are up there, but it's clearly a signal to kick. Whoops. We know how to get the POW block. It is by lowering the thwomp such that the flame is able to travel. Oh, back with mobile data, okay. Whatever it takes, right, to get Mario Maker on the go. Yeah, there we go. I felt like I kind of did that by accident. But let me just try to find the appropriate pattern for this. Get a bone shell? Yep. And yeah, no, you didn't miss much. I mean, I noticed that you had a hint panel that had the red block signifying kicking the shell. That was kind of a neat design. Whoops. I'm going to check up there anyway, just to see what is in that spot. But yeah, I feel like I've only really been able to do the thwomp thing accidentally. Oh no, there we go. Get it to cling on top. And that gives me access to the POW. Don't really know yet how that's going to be useful. Except as a block that would allow me to deflect where the flame is going. So suppose I had the POW in that location. Yeah, there we go. There we go, that's progress. That's progress assuming that I can figure out how to do the next climb. Yeah, jump and jump. Okay, have an approximate idea of how I want to do this, except I do have to get all the way upstairs the shell. So this is something meaningful. However, what about this? Much better. Much better. Now we get it. Now we get it. Okay. There we go. Oh, no. Have to not get thrown off by the stun. Here we are. Kick. As the signal tells us. And we can, in fact, get through with the bone shell because we can bounce. Of course, I'm sure there would be a bone shell refresh, and there is. That's... oh, no. Okay, fine. I can get back up. And in fact, there's probably another Buzzy Shell point that's available anyway. Further along. But in the meantime, this is going to work the same way as before. And yeah, that's going to bounce me. And now we do all this. Bomb. Really satisfying bomb interaction there. And yeah, now that's going to melt everything. That's going to melt everything and lower all that stuff. Great. Give me access to this location here. I'm gonna check around a bit. Guess we do have to hop out of the shell. I did see the Shellmet dispenser on the left, actually. Well, I did see this pattern here, anyway. It's not an indication issue, it's more that, you know, I was close to the original location anyway, and I might as well do the location I know. But I don't think the obviousness was an issue. I'm supposed to raise this. I think that's fairly clear. Oh, that's going to break that right away. I'm naturally wondering if I have a way to make it up safely. Yes, I do, but there's nothing here. Okay. Wonder if there's anything else I can do. There? No, not really. Stump. Yeah, we'll just need to send it forward when it's in the top position. Oh, I see. I need to hit them both at once with good timing. Nope, that's not good timing. Once again, have to whack the thing at the top corner. Nope, not good. Okay, not quite. Had it the first time. But... oh, got hit by the stun. Okay. Be very careful about that. Yeah, I have to jump out of that, in fact. The stun timing is always going to be at a very deterministic amount of time after he fires, right? So there is a specific pattern that should always work. See if I can actually get it before clock runs down. Whoops. Here we go. And we have a Shellmet point here and a Mushroom point here. Nothing up here. Always push up on Flame at the first cycle around a Muncher, yeah. Not only to avoid stuns, but to avoid despawns. We missed a cake, didn't we? 17 seconds. Or YMM. This is obviously something. But we have 7 seconds left, so why don't I... ah, okay, key. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a fight where you try to bomb Morton. I mean, obviously I could get clear there, but I would rather have enough time left over to do that. Nice, actually, kind of an optional final fight, where the challenge is not to look for the secret, but to actually execute the concept that we've been learning throughout the entire level. Oh, whoops. Kind of important to have this. Nice that I have some protection there from the one-way panel for when I do things wrong. Okay, let's move forward. No, wrong. Definitely wrong. Nope. Nope, needed to catch that. Nope. I wonder why sometimes I get a low hit rather than a high hit. Don't know what it is I'm doing. It might just be the scale of my own jump. We'll jump into that. Yeah, there we go. Everything's fine over there. We'll have plenty of time this time. CP2 to end is shorter because of that? Yeah, because you want to buy some time for people who do the optional challenge. So yeah, this is going to be a deflection-based thing. Let's not grab hard just yet. Nice that I'm suspended so I don't have to worry about the Morton stun. Nope. We want it up to the red block. With better timing than that. And that will blow that up. Drop the Muncher. Drop E. Very nice finish. And here's... Okay. How nice of Morton to set the oven on. Exclamation face? Yeah. Or happy face. Happy face. We're very pleased. I think he was extremely considerate. And in view of that... Oh, hey, what's up above on top? Very nice of you to provide a star, too. For those of us who just run around and explore at every opportunity. And, you know, Morton was already technically dead, but it's okay. He's allowed to make a comeback. So that was Morton's Meltdown. Yeah, thank you for the GG, and thank you, Julian, for joining me for all of that. And to kind of watch me hit my head against that level. So yeah, I liked it a lot. That was a fun concept, lots of original kinds of flame deflection that I hadn't really thought about. Obviously a lot of ideas that reminded me of earlier levels of yours, like the similarity I pointed out between the on-off tracking and the Super Ball level, but also just the use of other objects, like the POW handling, the seesaws, etc. I think you squeezed a lot out of what you can do with controlling the fire pathing, and also controlling it in such a way that it makes use of the despawn timing to, you know, kind of regulate the difficulty of each of the obstacles. So I think that worked very successfully. Okay, like I said, I don't know if I will in fact have time to do all three of the remaining ones. It will depend on the actual difficulty of the next one, which is the hardest one in this set, which is Mang's Doki Doki Platforms. If it's difficult and if the secret route is particularly tricky, I may not finish today, and I may hold off the rest probably for the same time slot tomorrow. For those of you who can join me. Yeah. You could do stuff with the clown cars, snake blocks, etc. Yeah, that would have been a lot of elements to play with at once. Snake blocks, I think, are rather understandable. Once you get into things like clown cars, that makes me wonder what you can do with clown cars. But maybe that's a concept you can preserve for a sequel. Anyway, relaxing stroll through my house. Floor is broken. Please leave. World record by Murphy. Murphy has been very gracious to all of us 4YMM makers on his stream. And the level description on the website is pretty much identical to this one. It says the floor does not seem to be working right. We'll see what that's all about. Muncher in a clown cart that a fireball can cycle around. Oh, really? Yeah, Murphy's 4YMM streams have been quite a pleasure to watch. Definitely one of the sort of small to medium streamers that I think have really done a great job of showing off this project, and who is just kind of a good fit for the levels in this project. Not everybody's going to be a good fit, right? Okay. I missed a coin. That's fine. We'll probably die anyway. And so we'll just go for it next time. It's just a rhythm level. The fact that it's a rhythm level at least makes this, if anything, more manageable than some of the Mang levels that are much more momentum-based, but I may be speaking too soon, and, you know, soon enough we'll be seeing the Mang-style sideways trampolines. Okay, trying to slip off. It's not going to be a good idea. I do want to get a short jump there. Okay. Okay. This part's not too bad. Crouch. Jump. This gets a little trickier. Yeah, because I would need to probably go low and anticipate that. That's fine. Everything up to that point we've got. And it honestly feels relatively reliable. Did I hear what Aura did to Ragnarok's level? I heard that he mistook the death for a key death because he didn't know how that style of checkpoint worked, and that he booed the level because of it. That's all I know about it. I did not really catch up on the chat about that. Which is unfortunate. I think Aura does tend to be a bit quick with the boo button sometimes. I've seen him boo some levels and then wind up liking them when he actually finished them, or wind up not hating them, I guess, but... You know, where sometimes he's very quick to boo things before he's actually done. But I know he bailed out on that one. Which is unfortunate. I thought Ragnarok X's level was excellent. But yeah, I can see why people who have not seen that checkpoint setup before would accidentally mistake that for a key death for sure. It was, of course, the same setup that was used in Mini Barf's level, like the Lemmy's Brain level. I think that had the same thing, but it is still relatively new to people, even for very experienced players and makers. But yeah, I mean, you know, Aura is very quick with the boo button, and that's just kind of part of the culture on his stream, I guess. And that's, you know, partly because he really does play so much junk, but he is very quick on the button with that. Because, you know, a lot of people are, if they don't have a great deal of patience for learning unfamiliar mechanics, they're going to have trouble with Rag's level in particular. Because the kind of interaction is so different from what you normally have to think about in Mario, but, you know, you can still respect good design, right? Like, even if it's something that you don't really know how to play, but I think a lot of players don't really have that attitude. I mean, you know, Aura is somebody who does spend some time in the maker mode, but players especially who don't really spend time making, like, they have a very different perspective in terms of being able to appreciate that some things are really non-standard or hard to do. Or that, you know, they don't have that kind of reaction that we do when we say, oh, I wonder how he did that. Or you recognize that something is really technically tricky. Okay, once I get on that POW, I can take a breather. I mean, it is a bit of a precision check to get that next pink coin. I do like the timing allows me to go right away and go fairly smoothly. Yeah, the culture are, you know, celebratory hands in the air, celebratory hands in the air. Yeah, I actually watched a lot of Aura back in Maker 1 in particular because he tended to run at the best times for me. As you can probably tell from my streaming times, you know, in my time zone, I tend to be a pretty extreme night owl. I do need to duck. I just missed that. I didn't know I was supposed to do it. It's very clear. Sometimes it is very funny. And actually, Aura had a fantastic time with my level. He was the only one I saw completely one-shot it on the first try. Like, he did not take a single death on that thing. Which surprised me because some like really fast players like him were a little bit misled by one or two of the pink coin placements. And they were placements that I didn't really think about because they didn't cause problems during playtesting. But then I really began to see that some like really fast and linear-minded players ran into issues with it. You'll see what I mean if you get around playing Week 5. I know you're a little bit behind right now, which is okay. So about the level How to Track Magic worked, one moment, I assume you've seen some of it on stream, but when I streamed Week 5, we actually spent about an hour at the end of the stream talking about that. So if you want to see what the Track Magic looks like in the editor, you can check out the video from my Week 5 stream. Because I had a lot of requests to show that off. I mean, it's kind of a slow-going video. I mean, I'm talking in the editor for an hour. I don't know how interesting it really is, but yeah, people were interested in seeing it, and so I thought I'd show that off and show off some of the debug issues as well, and just talk about the design. It was a very complicated level to put together, as you might imagine, so. And there were changes all the way up to the last minute because of some playtesting issues that showed up. Like, there were some things that Kavik seemed happy with, and then he looked at it a week later, and then he was really not happy with it, and so I had to do a lot of last-minute fixes and make sure that they didn't introduce game-breaking issues, which was a big risk, that level. We have so many coins in this. Like, I've only seen things up to coin 2, and yet we have 4 coins and a safety, presumably, remaining after that. At least this will be a Mang secret path that shouldn't take a lot of searching, and is more execution-oriented. I feel like mine was generally well-received. There was definitely some diversity of opinion on it. Barb was probably the least happy with it among the big streamers, but he is somebody who respects design, right? So he gave it a respect-like, which I know a number of people have received that from him, where like he was basically willing to say, I don't like it, but let's give you a like. You need to go faster on that jump. Yeah, Pooh actually kind of broke it, but broke it in a way that didn't... Like, it's not something that needs a fix. He was still able to progress. But there was definitely a variety in pacing. I saw Noctoro play it. Noctoro, the #1 streamer from Korea, as you probably know. Noctoro, I think, didn't seem particularly warm to it, but I don't really understand Korean, despite watching tons of StarCraft. And so I don't really know that for sure. I think he was kind of cool towards it. But generally, I think people liked it. That there were a lot of things in the level that I think I received comments that some things might have been a little bit aesthetically busy or requiring some waiting, but a lot of the things in a level that look like aesthetics are actually there to prevent the player from wandering to certain places to break the mechanism. So they are actually supposed to be intentional visual distractions. And I know that it sort of makes the level denser than what I usually build, in fact, but it actually was required in order to make it work, that I was disguising where I was placing a lot of the switch triggers, and I needed to make absolutely sure that the player couldn't actually go there. we go. Much better. It's a Mang level, so we need to think about momentum. I need to dash off when a POW is carrying me to the left. Do I have new level ideas? I have a massive draft box of kind of unused concepts. I had one that was my original prototype for 4IMM. That was a level that was like, it seemed about 80% done, but it wasn't really coming together. Like the concept was not quite working out. So I might want to revisit that. I mean, I always have ideas, I just don't finish things very well. Because I find it is sometimes difficult to take a concept that works as a single tech demo, or uno mas, as they say, and not all of those ideas are actually going to be interesting enough to sustain a level design, right? Like some of them are going to be maybe a little bit too one-note as concepts in order to sustain something that big. So yeah. Whoops. And yeah, I definitely heard from some people who were very happy with the way my level went. I mean, you can definitely tell what people's, you know, preferences and biases are as players. Okay. Okay. Really do have to anticipate that, and anticipate that going left and bounce up. Yeah, because it's a Mang level, and bouncing against these sideways trampolines are going to be necessary. But we do see coin 3 shortly after that, so this is not that bad. For something that's sub 1%, like it's not like it's nearly in the same league as something like Salt Lake, which was the other 4-star. Yeah, you were afraid people were not going to appreciate the complexity. I think a lot of people are at least willing to recognize that, you know, the vines are something unconventional. Like, you know, people who are experienced as streamers, they will recognize immediately, oh yeah, that's on tracks. But, you know, if you pay attention to the chat, there's a lot of reaction that is, how do they do that? And that is very much the reaction I wanted to get. Like, I do want people to think about it as something new, even if the concept behind doing it is actually very simple and not too hard to imitate. The vertical section is very hard to imitate. The vertical section took a lot of work to get the triggers to line up properly. So as a level design is hard, as a technical concept, it's not really that difficult. Like, the execution is actually much harder than the idea. Okay, let's redo this. I'm glad I have a safe zone to give this a retry. Oops. And hey, look who's here. But yeah, welcome, Meng. As you can see, doing okay so far on this. We did manage to just barely see where coin 3 was and get to one of the first sideways trampolines in this level, which, of course, is a very classic Mang element. But yeah, I mean, the trickiest thing with my level, since we're talking about it, is that it was something that really could not work as an auto-scroll. I knew that just doing it as auto-scroll, which was the early version, it was the early prototype for it, would not really take full advantage of the concept that you could go above the tops of the vines, which is something that you usually can't do. That usually when you have a vine spawn, you know, you go until you hit the ceiling or a block or something else. Or you just have vines that are static, right? So the only way to make the concept work is to give the player the opportunity to get ahead of the scrolling lava, and that was naturally going to introduce some risks when it comes to some players just being much faster than others. Okay. Going this way. There we go. This is not too threatening. We just need to run out of there. Yeah. Okay, here's a heartbeat. And that's why there's a heartbeat. Yeah. Kind of a nice final element, actually. It's one of those things that, you know, it's an observation check more than anything. It's not as much of a technical check as doing the sideways bounces. Sort of makes sense as a final point of tension, because it's something that most players will be looking at and they can say, oh yeah, I can do that. And they would be wrong. Okay. But yeah, managed to get up to coin 3 without too many problems. Just need to get past that final bit here. And we still have a lot of coins to go, so a lot more platforming to come. Okay. Yeah, difficulty-wise, I really don't think this is kind of on the same level as some of the other 4-star stuff, at least not so far. My view on that may change with the later segments. But I mean, people as players definitely have different strengths when it comes to the kinds of difficulty they can deal with. Some people definitely have much more trouble with unconventional mechanics, whereas, like, I have the most trouble with stuff like Composer's Level, where you just have to follow a very strict pattern. Like, that's the stuff that gives me problems. Hey, look at the pig pen here. It's wallowing here like a pig in mud. Oop. Okay, that's enough. Okay, there's a bounce off the bumper. Whoa. Now it gets faster. Now I'm sure I'll regret everything I said about the difficulty. Is this the last level for today before the raid? I don't know. I will... I wanted to get through the whole set, and this was the only time in the week that I was able to really do it this week, because my schedule is a little bit different due to some real-world appointments. Yeah, ride POW, use momentum, grab the claw, grab the coin. Okay. So I would like to finish the other two after this, but again, it depends on time. I may have to save them. Yeah, the only session that I have had to break into multiple sittings was week 1, and it's because I spent a little too long on permuting perspectives when I was exploring it for the first time. Last week probably would have taken me 2 segments if I were not somebody who had already seen the Yoshi level through playtesting. And even as somebody who had seen the Yoshi level through playtesting, it still took me a very long time. Because I had kind of forgotten how to execute certain things, or whether they still work the same way. Okay. Okay. Gotta match up to swings again. Hang on. This is messed up. Let's again. Nope. The Yoshi level's cake room is not hard to get. Once you understand the solution, we're talking about Tetraterix's level, right? Yoshi not ridden. Once you understand the standard solution, the cake room only requires a very small modification that is actually relatively easy to see. Like, it's very clear to you at the end what you need to get the cake, and so you just need to adjust the solution slightly to do that. Nope, too early. Yeah, when I get the coin, the challenge is not to reach the coin. The challenge is to get back out of that and fix my timing. Okay. Okay, that's not going to be right. There we go. Slightly asynchronous there, and that worked well. I see a claw and an arrow pointing towards it. That will be what I want. And I want to bounce back down. Okay. It's going to be tricky. I want to bounce back down, use that left to right momentum. I don't want to swing the claws to right when I fall, actually. I want to drop off the claw and then hang right. Because that will be what gives me momentum for the spring. I think. So, don't want to do a straight drop there, and it might be easier if I think about it that way. So, we'll see. Sometimes it just takes a few minor adjustments to get this going. Yeah, 3 standard coins and 1 safety coin, presumably, remaining. Yeah, thank you, Julian, for stopping by for so long today. And you have a good vacation. And yeah, I'll certainly catch you when you are back into your usual streaming habits yourself. So yeah, once again, great pleasure to play your level. Okay, need to swing this slightly differently. There we go. Okay. There we go. Nope. Almost had it. A little bit slow. I did not really plan that out fully. I was not really thinking about landing on that trampoline. Even though that was clearly going to be the only way to go. I was not really reading ahead at that point because I was too worried about the muncher timing. Okay, let's try to swing this accurately. There we go. And that'll be drop up there. There we go. It's very satisfying to execute because it is something that is solvable with good planning, and that's usually the kind of obstacle I like. Need to do a bit of a shorter jump off the second muncher stack, or just go faster in general. Obviously too much airtime there to land on the last trampoline in the bottom left accurately. And what do we got here? Oh. Okay. And yeah. I haven't actually looked ahead to the remaining 2 levels in today's set to see how viable it will be to do them. But we'll make that determination when we get this cake. And we will. Have not had to give up on a single cake as yet. Came quite close to postponing 1 or 2 of them. But everything has come together so far. Okay. We got here. Landing was fine, just a little bit too late because it was already tugging me back to the right. Once again, I'm a little too worried about the muncher timing and not thinking ahead to how fast I have to go. Catch the trampoline on the other side, even though it is quite visible at the time as the intended landing target. One moment. Gotta just stand up and stretch my legs for a moment. Been sitting here way too long. When playing something like this, the sheer degree to which you have to think carefully about your posture and physical health, something that people don't tell you enough about. Okay, here we go. And up. I have to anticipate this. And anticipating this does work. So let's get on the other side of this panel. Okay, so there's going to be a slide. Yeah, it's going to be a side bounce, followed by a slide, and if we hit all of these timings accurately, that should be fine. Like if I trust the on-off timing on the conveyor slope, I should just not worry too much about the blue blocks on the Piranha Plants after slide, because really I'll have no control over that. I'll just have to go with whatever it's doing. Oh, I survived. Huh. I was rather surprised I managed to stick that landing there. Not something I expected to happen. Okay, let's go here. Drop. And what have we got? There we are. Yeah, no. That was just second guessing myself. Not a mistake we make too often in that segment, but by going first cycle at red coin, yeah, I have been able to on one of the previous attempts, I think. First cycle, do you mean dropping it off after the coin? Yeah, that I haven't really tried. I feel like there is probably something smooth going on there, but I guess I was just assuming that I would need an additional swing. But I guess if I'm dropping into the claw after the red coin, when the claw is already pointing left, I should be able to get a decent amount of momentum. Like, the timing lines up. The momentum doesn't, because I am dropping into the claw without enough of a push. So yeah, if I can do that 100% of the time, then sure, maybe I'll adapt to that strategy. If I can't, then we'll see. I find that very often there are things that are easier than I make them look because I'm trying to do them in a slow way when they are designed to be done with a particular quick timing. Yeah, you see there I was trying to drop in a little further left to the claw to give it a bit more of a push. It didn't quite work, but just let this coast over. Yeah. No, that's more comfortable. I prefer to do it that way, I think. I mean, sometimes it'll miss, but not that often. Okay, that's always very satisfying to do. And then up here we go. No, that's going to be a bounce, side bounce, and then a slide. Side bounce, slide, and I see the POW as the landing zone on the left side after that. Little hop of the red blocks, yeah. I'll see. I'll see. I don't know if that's going to be a pattern that feels comfortable for how I'm approaching this, but I'll try a couple of different things, maybe, and see what works. But I'm not that worried about this spot, to be honest. Oh, hey, first cycle, what do you know? Going too fast there. I really did need to stop and plan. It's obviously doable first cycle there as well if you know what you're doing and are very familiar with the level. So I'm sure that's something that somebody like The Call would know quite well by now from grabbing all the speed records. I don't know if he has the record in this one, actually. I don't think he does. Oh, it doesn't show, okay. That's fine. Okay. No. Wrong way. Okay, that was almost threatening. Oh, wow, okay. That was a thrill. And we squandered it. But yeah, that was actually very satisfying to nail. All in one go, considering it's the first time I've even approached that POW block landing. But I assumed the timings would come together, and obviously that would be a tricky spot for anybody who's unfamiliar with how to do the side bounces onto trampolines. I feel like that's something that I've had to just learn with practice by playing other Mang levels. It seems to be a pretty familiar thing at this point. But... oh, too late, too late. I knew it was going to be too late. Yeah, it's nice that a lot of these are flexible enough that they can support both a speedrun timing and, you know, more cautious timing. I like that I get some second chances every now and then in this one, because even if you miss the cycle you want, there is a chance to recover. And it's feeling smoother anyway. Okay. There we go. Let's not choke here. Okay. I noticed that the POW brings me up to Saw. We'll need to get Divine Grab. Land on it, and then prepare to go left for Divine Grab. That's how to do it. Okay. Once again. And how are we doing here? Okay, that was not what I intended, but it worked. That actually felt terrible that time, in fact. The way that I was jumping off the claw. But I'm not going to argue too much with success. Just going to pay for it later. Yeah, that whole ice slide bit, that's very much a segment that you do have to do in one go, but given how momentum-oriented it is, it can be quite satisfying. And yeah, let's see this once again. And drop. Oh, it was Murphy who had a record on this, right? Yeah, that's right. I think I remember that now. And let's head up. And back down. Land. Let's land safely on this guy. Get on the vines. Here we get a thriller jump. Oh, hey, we have the Mang face, which gives us 2 remaining coins. Well, I mean, just going to say hello to Mang's eyeballs here. The aesthetics of the secret design in these are just always such a treat. Always such a treat. Hey, that's fine. That can be fixed. That can be fixed. It's a bit tight, but it can be fixed. Not tight, but like momentum-based in a way that I wasn't really adjusting for. I was hoping that just doing the landing would be enough, but you need to land well. And hey, I am glad all the coins are accounted for at that point, not including the safety coin. that tells me right away that Cake Route will happen. Barb mistook your eyes for... Oh, I see. Okay, well, if that's how Barb would like to think about it, then... You know, we'll just let him slip that past Nintendo. Oh, whoops. That seems like something I should definitely watch and possibly clip. Okay, I need to calm down here and think. This is easy stuff. Let's do it the easy way, which is before I was just sliding over and letting the POWs carry me. Okay. Doing a bit cleaner before, but... Yeah, that's a nice cycle. And this drop is not nearly as bad as it looks once you understand it. Okay, next cycle. No, next cycle. Okay. That felt late. That's why I was backing out of it. It definitely felt late, though. I don't think I would have made it very cleanly. The classic Mario Brothers arcade music is a very good fit for this level. Can't quite place why, but it just works. Very good choice of music track. Okay, let's anticipate this. How did I... Oh, one-way panel, yeah. That was unusual. Okay. Hey, Redox, it's going fine. Hope you're well. I am doing 4YMM a little outside of my usual schedule this week because my usual schedule is not going to happen this week. It's I have a lot of conflicts. Okay. Nope, that was too late. To recall the conversation we were having about film scores, Redox, I was totally mistaken in supposing that Jan Tiersen had also scored a very long engagement. I think the only film he did was Genet, was Emily. I was familiar with a bunch of Max Richter's scores, though, and I just couldn't place them at the time while I was, you know, playing Mario, but there are a few specific films I associate him with. For the longest time was Mario Kart music. Yeah, that could work. But I think the arcade Mario Brothers music works better. I think it's because you have so many entities that are crawling side to side, right? And in this theme, of course, like with this artwork and color scheme, even if it is SMB1. But the fact that you have things going side to side, like the sidestepper crabs, and also a lot of POW blocks, which... You know, POW blocks are, I think, much more representative of arcade Mario Brothers than they are really of any of the standard Mario games. I think that's one of the most shocking things about going back to, you know, Super Mario platforming is just how few POW blocks there really are, and how much the POW block is an arcade element. I'm overshooting now, and I should not be. I'm going fast enough, but I'm going too high and slamming into the one-way. It's fine. We just need to... I understand how to do all this, except for the final jump. There's no barrier of understanding what is happening here. So yeah, hoping to finish all of this week's 4YMM in one set, but some of these have taken quite long for me to do in order to get the secret routes, so I may have to continue this separately. I'm making this mistake multiple times now. I was not making this mistake at all earlier. And now it is becoming a problem. So, always try to fix that. Okay. Down we go. Up we go. And back up. Okay, gentle. Yep. Let's not fail at any of this stuff now. Okay, very satisfying as always to do that. And that. Let's grab the remaining coins. Blinking Mang face. I feel like I need the trampoline to be going left to right at a time of the bounce in order to give me enough momentum to get over. And that was the wrong way to do it, but I think that is something I need to think about. That the direction does matter, and if it's pushing me back, I'm going to run into problems. And that was something that was sort of signaled with the claw drop onto the moving trampoline earlier on in the level. But we'll see, because obviously I didn't make that jump for distance reasons the first time I did it, so. Okay. Here we go. Let's wait and do low jumps. Okay. No, too low. I needed to do a full jump there to land safely. I seem to be a little bit ahead of my usual timing that time. That will take a bit of adjustment. And what do we have here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that felt good. Pretty safe. Nope, didn't manage to get the deflection. Usually don't have too much trouble with it now that I'm used to it. I do think that it's going to be a major roadblock, like both of the trampoline bounces are going to be a major roadblock for players who have not seen it. I'm increasingly comfortable with it, so. In terms of understanding what I need to do input-wise. Just slam against it. Nope. That was wrong. Wrong input on a D-pad. Can't blame the D-pad for that one. That was definitely me. Okay. That felt pretty safe. Nope, too high. Gets more jank the more you play it, I suppose so. Yeah, maybe I'm just kind of much too complacent about it at this point. But we'll see about this. No. I have not seen Goodbye Lenin. I do know of the film. I did miss it back when it had its run. I do want to catch up on it, though. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Really interesting to think that it's been so many months since I was last in a cinema. Like, I am someone who did, at least before coronavirus, like, go to actual cinemas quite often. you know, and not necessarily multiplexes, but, you know, film societies, film clubs, etc. That I enjoyed the experience of watching the theatrical presentation of a lot of historically significant films, going to festivals, etc. And probably to a degree that a lot of people would find unusual if they're more dependent on, you know, just parking at home with Netflix. But it seems like, you know, cinema is still kind of like very healthy within a particular subculture that still sees the experience as rather distinct. But yeah, I mean, cinemas are opening up again in my area with socially distanced seating and mask rules until you're seated and limited capacity and so on. But obviously, you know, they're just kind of testing the waters for how to run that right now, and I think people are right to be cautious about it. So I have not gone back. Got my Criterion subscription to keep me company in the meantime. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now to... Well, I was about to say, now we have to worry about that final jump after the collection of the last two coins, coins 5 and 6, but it seemed that I was thinking too far ahead and not planning around a jump that was right in front of me. Okay. Okay, just barely made it. That time it looked a little bit dangerous, but we got it. That's what's important. Okay. Minding my head around that one-way panel.